He sent it to all his friends.
All of Montreal, all of Chile.
After the Olympic Games.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it.
This is it. This is gonna be it. We're gonna crash Google.
Bello però.
I hope people don't have to do anything with Google because it's gonna crash. Sì, it's bello.
But can I have some explanation about the other video that is on YouTube with your face?
Yeah, that was a test. I have to delete that.
3 minutes of Antonio watching a monitor.
But I can bet you that's gonna be my most hit YouTube video.
I liked it already.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people going on. So what's going to happen now? Something has to happen. Something has to happen. And then in the end, after the 3 minutes, like, what? That's it? No, I missed something. They go back.
I can put it on Reddit and be like, watch it till the very end, and then people are just like, what the fuck?
And then they go back.
And then it starts this cycle.
Yeah, ready? Oh, okay. No, just put on the Alice as a
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, for everybody, I will we will tell you the last 5 minutes and then 1 minute. So I have 20 minutes for the presentation. So
I also wanted to know how to tell me first 10 minutes. Ma'am, are you ready?
Yes. 1 minute left?
I'm gonna. Is everyone here? I'm gonna close the door for this, right?
Please call me from India. Okay. Here is the presentation. Over here.
Okay, no, mouse.
Look like a politician.
Nothing, Sonali. Yeah, she needs to send it to her family.
If he's a PDF, he won't probably work.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's just that it's I think most is good. So, we're ready? Yep. Okay. Everyone just start with time. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to present to you a new service concept called We Company, developed by me in collaboration with Lovital. Simply put, We Company is a service that facilitates collaboration between companies. So why Lovital? Lovital is a service design agency that believes with deep passion to make together with their clients through business community, service design, and training tools. Lovital already has a blog called We Economy because they want to promote and believe in the collaborative values. So for us, We Company is a natural extension of these beliefs, translating a philosophy into action. So we start developing this service with this belief, with a hypothesis that says that collaboration between companies can be facilitated through a path that includes the complete ecosystem of different entities, events, and tools, technology that can enable co-creation. We follow a 4-step methodology. In the discovery phase, we look at case studies of how companies are collaborating to validate our hypothesis. We also look at stakeholder insights through interviews, and we look at best practices in facilitation. We put these together in an opportunity map to understand the various tools that we can employ in our service. In the define phase, we start with using a service offering map. We use motivation matrix, a business model canvas to really define the value proposition. And there's several, of course, reiterated brainstorming sessions going back and forth to really make sure we have service features that have value proposition for all the key stakeholders. Then we summarize this in a customer experience journey, and then we develop touch points, prototypes, and then move towards an implementation plan for delivery. So in the discovery phase, we organize the research in 3 different categories. The first is strength and collaboration, the second is best practices in facilitation, and the third one is stakeholder insights. So these are the collaborating trends. I think the collaborative economy, which is growing at $2 billion USD, is a very large testament to a shift in collaborative behavior and values. And we realize that it's not restricted to the crowd anymore. It's not just happening on a peer-to-peer platform. Companies are collaborating as well on a B2B platform. And so we start looking at B2B trends. And we see 7 different kinds of behaviors within companies. We see brands collaborating with brands. We see it happening for tangible assets like product innovation, intangible assets like a swapping of talent and people and knowledge. We also see companies collaborating with existing peer-to-peer collaborative services, and large companies tapping startup talent because they estimate that a lot of the entrepreneurial talent that companies need resides outside of them. We also see the reuse market and access versus selling module, which is a way to extend the product lifecycle. Some case studies to illustrate what we mean by B2B collaboration, and we looked at 50 case studies, and we selected the ones that had innovative models. Lego, one of the most collaborative companies, they use a T-shaped business for design process internally, always mixing external and internal stakeholders. Not only they create products with Microsoft and Disney, but they work with NASA for science. So a wide spectrum of external collaboration. Nike's Fuel Lab, which is a bootcamp accelerated program for startups, which they mentor and develop and select the best technology startups. Delta Innovation Class was really interesting, a partnership with Delta Airlines and LinkedIn to use dead flying time in flight for a mentoring program between passengers. Then we see Amazon and P&G, the most destructive collaboration where Amazon delivers out directly to customers from a P&G warehouse, eliminating a complete need. When Reebok ties up with the Fairmont Hotel customers rent fitness gear and buy at a discount. Patagonia has a dedicated reused recycle marketplace in eBay, and Walgreens, the American pharmacy, the peer-to-peer neighborhood service so that their customers can get medicine from neighbors in flu season. And finally, of course, like Samsung in Italy, a great example of how you can enhance your customer experience, because an Italy customer can browse on a tablet and a Samsung customer gets coffee in the Samsung shop. So what does this tell us? That yes, collaboration, we can validate it, but how does it happen? So we start looking at facilitation. And to summarize our research on facilitation, we really look at a link between design thinking, because design as a humanistic philosophy is about multi-stakeholders, multidisciplinary work, and it also looks at everything from diverse perspective to co-creation. We have this quote that really was for our work from Ettore Mazzini, that in the world of facilitation of collaboration, design serves as a technology works as an enabler. And we really keep these two things in mind as we go forward developing the service. The next was to look at the other agencies that are doing something similar to We Company and to really understand how innovative and what the ecosystem looked like. And we're able to identify several different players working with different levels of facilitation with different entities. So you have companies that work on a B2B platform. They also work with big companies and startups, and they also look at connect. In terms of the level of facilitation, you have companies that focus on just connecting people through networks. Then there are agencies that stimulate exchange and sharing, and then there's actually co-creation, the development of new businesses and services within companies. And we find this is a space we would like to operate on, which is like on a company to company, and also eventually leading co-creation. And we found one company called Society, which is based in Barcelona, that has interesting B2B collaboration through events, proprietary tools, and networking conferences. The rest of them are more focused, like California-based, where it's introducing startups to big companies, and to see how they can work together. Open Idea inspires us through being like a very collaborative platform that uses online mediums to relation between strangers. And so we start taking, different inspiration from how like Rocket Space uses co-working as a way for companies and startups. And finally, stakeholders. So what do the people have to say about radical concept? People in general, our stakeholders, said that collaboration between companies is possible. It is the future. It can happen. But we had very realistic insight in terms of what would be the barriers. And we discussed the willingness, the resistance within larger companies. And the conclusion and the advice that we really took away from these interviews is to create something that's flexible, that caters to companies at different level of evolution, that have different needs. Something that helps companies develop trust as a gradual path, where collaboration is not going to happen tomorrow in a room. And after we understood, I think, the implicit needs of users, we just summarize our key learnings from the research phase. Mainly to understand, to facilitate a service, who are the different actors that could possibly what are the different ways companies are collaborating, from product innovation to enhancing the customer experience, mentoring, multidisciplinary tools, through networking, and finally why? Because companies want to be more responsive and more agile to market, and they can't do it alone anymore. We want to maximize our existing assets, leverage intangible and tangible assets versus investing. And so we see a very clear value proposition for companies to move towards B2B collaboration. And so we conclude the research phase with a clear understanding that collaboration is no longer an option. We believe it's the future, it's the key to business survival. We start to define a service now. And based on the research, we realized that there's 3 levels of facilitation. You can either just connect people and then let them take the relationship forward. You can stimulate ideas of knowledge and exchange, but then the co-creation again happens in a personal space. Or you can really handhold companies in the phase of co-creation, taking them towards true implementation. And so the next step is to take all the learnings in an opportunity map. To build the ecosystem, we map the tools, the entities, the events that we could possibly include in our service. And it could be something from a half-day workshop to a bootcamp format, to experts, external stakeholders, to a project management system, to a social network. So for us, this was support. And then finally, we map the tools that we think would work across different levels. And so this is the logical flow we use to develop a path of facilitation for companies. And so we arrive at We Company, a service that makes companies collaborate. To define it, it would be a service by Logotel. It facilitates collaboration using networking, exchange, and co-creation through events, an online community, and design tools, enabling them to create value for all stakeholders. So our service intention. Our philosophy is driven by transforming a traditional company to behave as a collaborative we company. So how do we define a we company? For us, it's a company that can maximize on existing assets to create new and innovative value. And for further clarification, because this would be our plan, we would use to engage companies in this service, is we really believe the main difference in a company and a we company is the following. They're able to create customer experiences around the total ecosystem, not just the life cycle of the customer, like for example, Fast Rapid, and Walgreens, taking it to the customer's home. They're profitable, sociable, and sustainable. They believe in horizontal collaboration. They maximize on existing assets. They're open to sharing. They are able to extend the life cycle. And finally, companies that collaborate are able to shift away from their core competencies, from their core business, and they're able to offer new and innovative services. So our service in the offer map has 3 different components. The first one is Wheeling, which is focused on networking. The second one is WeSwap, which is the sharing of ideas and research and knowledge between companies. And the third is B+, which focuses on actual quizzes and services. So let's talk a little bit about Wheeling. Wheeling is about best practices through guest speakers, driven by physical networking events and an online community. So Wheeling has 2 key components: exclusive CEO breakfast and an open aperitivo, which would be targeted towards managers. On the platform, you register for the event, you attend the event, you engage with guest speakers, you have facilitated networking, and then you can go back and engage with the online community to continue the networking with members and look at updates of the event. WeSwap. WeSwap is designed around wide common business challenges companies face. So it's online driven through the platform. You go online, a little like inspired by an open idea format. It's open innovation but restricted to our member companies. They exchange ideas and it stimulates innovation. How does it work? So there will be different business challenges defined through video, run on the platform, through 4 phases. So everyone will go through research, ideation, and then the formation of teams around common ideas, and then the evaluation and shortlisting of ideas. There will be physical meetups that support. We+ is around a concrete business idea that can be co-created between companies using design tools, prototyping. There will be a co-creation workshop with multi-stakeholders, the formation of an implementation team, and then the usage of co-working space at Logotel and an internal project management system tool to support them for implementation. Our stakeholders. Logotel is at the heart of this service. The facilitators from Logotel, you have both the companies. They will be collaborating at a strategic level with the CEOs. They will be collaborating at an operational level with managers. And then you have the user, experts, and startups, who are the external stakeholders who will be primarily involved in the process for stimulation and sharing of insights. Our customers. We would have a CEO and a manager. The CEO has balanced needs between networking, co-creation, and exchange. They have a macro view of collaboration. They want something that is systemic. And they are very open to collaboration except with competition. Managers are interested to participate in this kind of service. For them, we company gives them access to peers, and they are more looking at it for their own professional growth. But they said the necessity for participation is the support of the CEO. They want to be empowered. So the client experience is the awareness phase where we will launch the service with invitations to existing Logotel clients. We invite them for events, we give them a startup kit, then they select the managers that need to participate, they come for the event, and then finally, after they understand the service, they sign up on the platform. At a later phase, we will also engage new clients that are not existing Logotel clients. They can go to the blog, they can apply for the service, it gets approved, and they sign up for the platform. They can engage in the service and engagement phase either using one or as a part. And finally, we maintain our members so they can look at each other's profiles, they continue networking, they form virtual teams, blogs, tools, and discussions. So to summarize our value proposition, we believe that we have an increasing path of collaboration driven by increasing input. So as we go between we link to B+, we increase involvement, time, commitment, trust, facilitation, stakeholders, tools. But we see an inverse relationship because as you increase, the relationship gets more intimate. You have larger people in WeLink moving towards co-creation, which is between maybe two companies. We form a CEO council and they work together with their managers. So we see a service that has unique standalone value proposition as well as works as a hub. And we will have a membership model. There'll be a basic membership and then there'll be a premium membership at a fee. The basic membership allows a lot of things except the CEO breakfast and the physical meetups in this phase. And of course, the workshops will be at a fee, but the premium members get it at a discount. We would start by perhaps giving some existing clients a free membership to encourage participation. And then we develop our touch points. So we have digital and physical to work together. In the digital, we have the platform that is always supporting the service at every stage. In the physical, we have from the networking events, to the kickoff events, to the meetups that support open innovation stimulation, to workshop and co-working. So we try to balance these tools to give support to our clients. Our platform is structured in just 3 levels. One is information that anyone can see to understand the service. Once you access the rest, you can sign up for a WeLink networking party. You can sign up for a WeSwap challenge. You can look at your profile. You can look at the history of your collaborative participation. You interact in the community. And once you're a premium member, you access project management. So this was the website prototype. This was an application page. This is the page of a participant, brand communication, physical touch points, and an implementation plan. So we plan to launch in January. We see 6 months to develop the service internally. We have business community making the platform. We have design, and we have training. So, and in the future, new clients moving international and annual application for the busy CEOs. So to summarize, our unique value proposition service that leverages existing assets of Logotel. We have the space, we have the expertise, we have the talent, we believe in collaboration. So really the question to companies today is why are you not collaborating yet? Thank you.
Get 10 more seconds.
I know. I just wanted to breathe.
Question for you.
Yeah.
What could be your opinion the solution of values or idea that could fuel the idea of engagement?
What would be the idea to?
Yes, to fuel this collaboration process and engagement
Within the platform.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I didn't go into the touch points in detail, but we think that we do understand that today there are a lot of platforms involved. So some of our unique offering would be content in terms of case studies of collaborating companies. So that's how the blog will be structured. But for us, we really look at the main hook as the collaborative profile. Because what we thought is that a manager, why would you collaborate? Why would you take up time to participate in the event? Because when you look at your profile page, it's like tells you the ideas you collaborate with. your ideas that are shortlisted, your value contribution. So one is that you're actually showcasing your skill to your CEO. So it's another way of getting validation for your professional growth. The second thing is every time you sign up for an event, you look at the attending list. So you see who else is attending from other companies. So the idea of having a community is that we understand people want to network at the first level, especially managers who don't have a strategic vision. They want to network to expand their personal network, to meet other people, and to showcase their specific contribution. So for us, that is the main hook of engagement.
Now, I would like to first to thank Logotel for supporting this job and Alice to be being here. And I think it's interesting to really support the collaboration between a new service designer and a company that already has a lot of experience in that field. So I think that this collaboration really worked. And in this case, what do you think about the added value that these services could bring to Lauderdale? So what about the real value? Yeah.
Because I think that it really started with the seed where Christina, the director of our service design team, she really saw that companies were very curious about other companies and always asking for some level of best practice. The clients had already started. The clients had already started proposing, I'd like to do something with this company. And so we start seeing this as any consultant, when you have a rich pool of clients, you are making connections and not gaining anything. It's happening informally. So the first is how do you take your informal networker, how do you make it a system? Okay, and then the second thing is that we know that these projects, there's a chance for these ideas to become projects for Logotel. And the thing is that, but you do it in a way that is, packaged, in a philosophy. So we think that when you do a V-Swap challenge, you will have an innovative idea which you can bring to V+, or you can bring directly to Logotel. Because every time we shortlist the good ideas, every time we go to a co-creation workshop with clients, we will develop into a project brief. Yeah. And even if we also discussed the feasibility of using Logotel space for co-working. And when I proposed that, I thought it would be radical. And she was like, no, I think it can work. So it's really about using the assets, and then the thing is, then you support them in implementation, but with a lower coaching fee. You change, you develop a separate service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's great in terms of clarity of structure. I would like to see more people in your slides, and less diagrams. I think it's good to have like sort of system-holistic view of how the system works, what the touch point look like. I have a couple of sort of understanding questions for me. I want to understand if Logotel is developing a new service that is going to be selling to their existing clients, or whether it's going to be offering for free to their existing client in order to nurture this sort of existing relationship and making maybe the profit from the other services they are already providing to them, or whether it's a paying service. And then I've got a couple more questions around this.
So in the beginning, we look at, it's a combination. So there will be a service for existing clients, which is more relationship building. There'll be a complementary part to it. And then there will be a paid part to it. So for example, you can come to an event, you can network, you can see your exclusive event and that kind of value addition. You can do open innovation ideation, but when the ideation is concrete, the co-creation workshop, which we're going to invite stakeholders and everything, will be there. So it's a combination, but we have to still discuss, like the next phase of discussion will be, is that when we get some momentum, we want to launch it for other companies, and then we start defining a revenue model.
So basically what you're saying already, that there is already cultural change. People want to share, being very curious about what other companies are doing. However, what I think is not about just fueling or triggering that sort of change is really helping about managing it Because I don't know how do you deal with trust and all the other things.
Yeah.
Still in Italy, companies are very eager to know what other companies are doing. As all P2P sort of sharing platform from Napster, I'm very happy that people are sharing so I can use their stuff. But I'm happy to share my stuff.
Yeah.
That's something that needs to be tested, an assumption you need to prototype and test upon it. Otherwise, trust and being able to do this is not really
Challenging, of course, with different mindsets. Therefore, what we thought about is like in the networking, the link events, there's no sharing, it's the information is coming to the guests, to their receivers. Then we look at the class, the online ideation, which is more like managers brainstorming in general about ideas without necessarily revealing confidential data. The only level where companies are expected to reveal sensitive data is in the co-creation workshop, where it's already like two companies are coming to Logotel, or Logotel thinking of two companies that can come together and proposing an idea, and then there's a closed team with confidentiality documents protecting them.
beyond co-marketing, which is what most of the people outside this sort of economy will think it is.
Okay, thank you.
Sono argomenti che
Two blocks.
I know. I'm so I personally
Thank you. Okay, now here's the meeting.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, that clock really helps. The now was very sober and in the signal.
Yes.
Mao, any signal? Yeah, I think they're better at it. He's saying some strange things to me from the back.
Very helpful.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be with all my classmates again in Sweden. And to whoever is watching also. I love you and I wish you were here. And so, to get back to my project, I worked on a project about the networking at the Service Design Global Conference. And this work was done during the last 2 intense months while working at the SDN headquarters in Cologne, Germany, and to name it somehow my graduation project. So, before starting again into this networking, I want to ask you, have you ever been in the situation of this guy right here, when you are in a room full of people and you probably don't know anyone because it's the first conference you attended and you're going along, and so you don't know who to talk to or who you want to meet. So this was my inspiration for this project. How can I help this person get in touch with the people that he wants to meet? So basically, the 3 key problems that I identified were the unmet networking expectations, because most people go to conferences to meet other peers, learn something from them. So the expectations are not always met. The lack of interaction among all the actors of the conference, which here we have the speakers, organizer, workshop facilitator, of course the participants, and even remote participants. because they're all into their own small groups, so speakers talk to speakers, participants to participants, and so on. And a little support for encounters and social meetups among the participants and all of these same actors from the organizers. But what is networking really? So if you look at the dictionary, it says that it's a supportive system of sharing information and services among individuals and groups having a common interest. So the two key things I would like to highlight here is that it's a system of sharing information. So the communication is right there, and then it's among individuals having a common interest. So usually what we do at conferences is that we try to match people according to their geography or the place they come from. But in reality, people want to meet other people that have the same interests. And so looking at the broader spec, we have the so-called social networks, which can be anything, that are based on some sort of communication system. And nowadays we have a lot of online communities in a variety of subjects, like people who are interested in gardening, cooking, and whatever. And the value or the reason that people do this is because they are creating something called social capital. And social capital is actually a term that is not so well defined, but it's it has to do with this set of people that are sharing a set of norms and culture, and they are looking to create collective benefits, but also individual benefits for the members of this group. And what about networking in conferences? So some of the case studies that I studied were the Theorizing the Web conference in 2012. And what they did is they really implemented the use of Twitter as a back channel of communication. And they were looking at how people were using Twitter at the same time of the conference in taking notes, sharing information, getting news from the organizers, and of course, connecting with other people that had similar interests of them. And they also looked at the quality of the tweets, the new followers that people gained during the conference. And even if gaining a follower in Twitter does not necessarily mean to have a new connection, it does represent the start of something. And the other case study that was quite interesting is this cell polarity meeting. And what they had there was, they called it this engineering or science of matchmaking people. And they call it interdisciplinary speed dating. So what you do is a speed dating, of course, new people with the hopes of building a relationship with them. So what they did is that they asked the participants to fill out a survey before the conference, asking them which methods and tools they knew and which methods and tools they want to know. And then through some programming on the computer, they matched-made the participants, and during a 90-minute session, they made the pairs of people that would share the common interests. And actually, the results were pretty good. A lot of people said they liked it, and they met new people. And what about what has been happening at the Service Design National or Global Conference of last year in Cardiff, UK? Well, the reality is that a lot of people were already using Twitter to communicate among themselves. So we see someone saying, let's meet up for dinner, and then some other people replying, oh yes, where, what time, and so on. And then somebody else saying, who's going to the party tonight? And then someone else saying, yeah, I'll be. So people are actually already using Twitter in an informal way, but the SDN account is nowhere to be seen in this conversation. So then again, we see that there is no support. So after this research that I did and some surveys that I collected from last year's participants, I created 2 personas. And so this is Anne and Dan. Anne is a recent graduate of service design, and she says she wants interaction and matchmaking between the participants, and she wants to meet someone that inspires her. whereas Daniel is an experienced service designer who wants to meet people with interest in service implementation. And he's saying that many connections that he's made in the past conferences are superficial, and it was hard to actually spot the interesting people for him. So, their workshop journey during the conference is this. And what I did here was actually spot the opportunities of networking that we might have and some observations, like for example, the badges that people wear don't really convey any information to anyone else because it says only your name and the company you work in. And then a few times that people have during coffee breaks or workshops or in the parties. And Twitter, that's nothing really much going on there from the SDN. So after looking at all of these opportunities, I started to develop what actually the offer of this new service was. And what I came up with is it should be a platform to connect, get in touch, and meet face-to-face like-minded people. And this offer is subdivided in the creation of special interest groups, social media, and the conference sessions themselves, using both online and offline channels. So we have the use of LinkedIn for the use of Twitter, of course, for the communication and creating of lists in online communities, and even the submission of questions for discussion panels. And during the on-site or offline channels, we have the possibility of signage throughout the venue for people to actually be drawn to that place and meet. We have the workshops of matchmaking the participants. We have the sign up for dinners and other social events. But so then to look at a wider picture of who is there and where are they actually actioning, I created this sort of system map where the main thing is dividing what currently SDN is organizing in a formal way is the green color, and the blue one is what's happening informally or casually among the participants. So we have our two main characters in the middle, which is Daniel, and then we have the rest of the participants. On the top, the coffee breaks, how you exchange contact information, the use of social media, Twitter, the dinner that you might go. And below, we have all of the formal structure of the sponsors, the speakers, the workshops, the party that we organize, and then the overall community that surrounds the conference. So how exactly does the service work? And this is the new journey of Anne and Daniel. So first of all, Anne is registering for the conference, and the first thing she sees on the registration form is she's been asked to share her Twitter user handle and her public LinkedIn profile link. So she starts building the expectations of what she might get at the conference. Then she receives a newsletter from the conference saying all of the activities that will be taking place there and the fact of the existence of special interest groups, the workshops that will be going on, and so on. When she finally gets to the conference and is going through the registration process, she's given a badge, but this is not just any badge. She can actually personalize it according to their interests that she has. So she's going to put a stamp on it on public services. Then on the first coffee break, she sees these big banners throughout the exhibition area that have the logos of the special interest group. So she sees the one in service implementation, and she's asked to write down a project that she would like to collaborate in and leave her business card attached to it. So the groups of people start building, and she meets Daniel there. Then afterwards, during the workshop, she is matched up with Daniel because they share some of the same interests, and they get the possibility to know themselves better. And finally, when Anne gets home, she's able to connect with Daniel through LinkedIn and continue the conversation after the conference. So, some of the main touch points during this journey is, of course, the registration form. where she's asked whether or not she wants to share the information, because we know that also maybe some people would like to have some privacy and they're not really looking to meet anyone new. And then the badge itself that would have a space to put the stamp on it, on the interest that you would have, to show everyone else in the conference what your interest is, and sharing maybe some other vital information that you don't usually see. And then during the conference, of course, there's big banners where they're asked project to collaborate to trigger a conversation and ask to leave their business card there. And then afterwards, on the online channel, we would have the special interest group. And so the future value of this service proposition is, I took the market size and approximation of 10,000 people based on the fact that this is the average visit the SDN website receives monthly. And the actual people that are now participating on the conference, you can say they are half SDN members and half non-members, making a total of 500 participants per year, more or less. And so what I would like to set as a break-even point for this service is to have 1,000 participants on the conference within the next 3 years and having half and half still. Okay? And as I said in the beginning, since this service actually is not about economical, because first of all, it's an added service to the overall conference. And then again, the value that is generated from this service is not economical either. It's actually social capital that is created with this. And so even though there is not a standardized system of measuring the social capital, the three key performance indicators are the size of the network. So these would be the three factors to take into consideration to evaluate the success of this service. And that actually in the future, the root of this service can be applied to the overall service design network platform. And so you could say that the website, instead of being informative, it can become a social networking platform, or to involve more live streaming and local meetings to the chapters, bringing people together, they're hosting workshops and conferences on a regular basis in different places, and so forth. So if you want to try out this service, join me for the conference in October.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm very interested in asking you what to do in your opinion. The role also of improvisation and empathy in the real part, in the real meetings. So, in which role your collective can interact, fostering causes just to build
Improvisation.
yes, because there's a lot of organization. There's a lot of engineering proposal. So I think that in my opinion, we must balance between the two,
Yes,
two
well,
possibilities. So
actually, the way that I envision it is just a platform to facilitate, like for example, the banners are only drawing people together and just giving them the push to start a conversation. But in the end, I think it's impossible to control what the people are going to talk about. So of course they will improvise and carry on the conversation to wherever they want to carry it on. Also, the platform on the LinkedIn, it's only a platform, but then what goes on there, it's completely up to the people that are there. But they are the ones who are actually making the network happen. You know, at the end, it would be just providing the place to do it. And to sort of, I call it a pull strategy, because these touch points are pulling people to be together according to their interests. but I think the room for improvisation is there. And by empathy, I'm not sure what you mean.
Just using improvisation to invent something that could be added also more basic profile of service. Just to use more features or more things that could be things.
Like for users to
Yeah.
creators of the service in a way.
Yeah.
Well, there is actually no structured room to give place for that, but of course it can become part of the future development.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's fascinating because it reconnects as well to what Sonali was saying before about networks and sharing. And I know maybe not just a question, a bit of a provocation for you, because I've been attending many sort of design network global conferences and many sort of, and I see that people multi-network and different sort of platforms for sharing. And what I see and what I saw as well in Sonali's presentation, what people are trying to do in order to make value out of this natural behavior, cultural change about sharing knowledge, sharing data, sharing experiences. It was trying to talk about the accessibility, which is exclusive membership belonging to a network. What Service Design Network has been doing in the past 5 to 10 years, it's been trying to talk about the network. It's a closed event, there's an event, it's sold out, only a fixed number of people can vote, the ones that actually can pay a lot to be there. And I'm more interested in what's happening in sort of decentralized participative service network, sort of open share network. You're talking about a sort of 10,000 and over community who's not going to be there. And I'm challenging you, how does your service within the conference, which is very specific to the conference, I understand all the platforms, and all the opportunities that the conference can offer, because in the past year, there have been some disasters. So the one in France is a disaster, it's just not designed at all. So I'm sure it can be improved a lot. But how does this part of sharing thoughts, opinions, ideas, knowledge, data can actually be open and shared for real? And is your service taking account the over 10,000 people? It's not going to be the conference.
Actually, yes. Right now, it's of course LinkedIn was chosen because the SDN group over there has 8,000 or even more members, which of course, SDN currently has 500 members only. So you can say almost the 8,000 people are not members of SDN. And we are inviting everyone at the conference, which is also half non-members of SDN, to participate in this and to be the starters of those discussions that will happen on LinkedIn, but that of course are open to everyone who wants to join there. And how to take this conference out of the conference in a way, it's actually, as in the future developments, the possibility of having a live stream as we are having now, and the use of Twitter. They also had the other person of remote participants, so people who were not actually there, but were following the conversations through the hashtag, through following from participants or the other accounts. So they were knowing what was going on, and they would have more time, of course, to support providing other resources like documents, sharing links, and that kind of thing, to get involved in that what's going on there. Because of course, for many different reasons, not everyone can attend the conferences. So yeah.
And my provocation is exactly there on the value proposition, on the business model, because the more decentralized the network moves, the more interesting it becomes, but the less profitable it becomes at the same time.
Yes.
So the more it goes wide, and the less is interesting for SDN network if they want to survive. Otherwise, they can change their business model and become an
It's actually a complicated balance to achieve, and internally and at the end, there are discussions going on about it. For example, opening up all of the postponed presentations for everyone the next year, that kind of thing. But of course, like you say, the business model has to change completely, because then the funding is not coming from the members, but it's coming from
I'm just a comment. So to share also the aim of this day. During this day we will evaluate, we will discuss about the final output, but not only about the final output, but also about the process. And how improve the skill, how people manage the design process, exactly, and how people get in touch with problems and with the design problem related to the design process. So, in your case, Leandro, I think that you really put a great effort in order to pack everything in a short time dedicated, to this complicated process that you experience. So I think that the whole pack is a good result because you really focus on the main problems and you solved and you share with us the main highlights that are important for the discussion. I mean, okay. So I think it's a good way to discuss it, but also the future opportunities that you share, the future opportunities, the future implementation, and the future discussion that this part can start. So just to share with you my thoughts. Okay.
So, I've been working the last few months on a service for lactose intolerance. Since lactose intolerance, a service that is for the Italian market. That's why I call it. Before starting to look at the service in detail, I would like to do a step back with you and try to understand what does it mean to be lactose intolerant, in order also to focus better with that. So, what does it mean? Well, first of all, being lactose intolerant means, according to the medical definition, be unable to digest lactose, which is the sugar found in the mammalian milk. This is because the lactase, the enzyme that is supposed to break down glucose and galactose into molecular is not present, is absent, also is not present in the right amount to face the digestion. And this is why it generates a lot of effects. There are basically gastrointestinal effects. It's important to distinguish there are only gastrointestinal effects because allergy and intolerance are two different things. The problem is lactose, it's not the milk protein. Another data that I want to share with you is that it's common in our literature. 30% of the world's population has a continuous lactose activities, but the 70% of the population doesn't have this activity anymore. And that's why, of course, it's widespread. Here we can see that they try also to see where the most lactose intolerant countries are. But if you want to look in detail, see that East Asia are the most affected by the lactose intolerance. And there are other countries such as India and also France that have a very different situation between north and south of the country. Also, Italy presents the same situation. In fact, in the south, there are a lot of people affected by the lactose intolerance. Regions such as the Sicily, Puglia, Campania, and in the north, of course, the area around. But when do we start losing the ability of digest lactose? So when do we start to not producing it anymore? Well, much before than a month, after. In fact, the peak of the activity, lactose activity, is reached at the 34th weeks from it start to decrease. So, what does it mean? Again, in lactose intolerance, we can eat anymore for the rest of our life such products? Yes, it means that for some cases, it means say goodbye to the products such as cappuccino, gelato, mozzarella. And of course, the reaction of lactose intolerance in front of, especially for the food lovers, in front of the situation is what is happening to. Fortunately, after this panic moment, there is also a situation when human beings start realizing that, of course, they can move on. And they start wondering maybe how they can discover other symptoms and maybe where they can find recipe and new products in order also to be able to survive in a proper way. And it's in this way that I start as persona, someone that just discovered to be lactose intolerant and is looking for the right source of information. Also a persona that maybe discovered to be lactose intolerant, but they don't want to change the habit. So they maybe try to use lactose enzyme pills that are available in the pharmacy. And maybe are trying to plan also a trip in an accommodation in Manchawa, or they are also checking restaurants with a special meal. And this is the second likely persona, the traveler. There are also maybe relatives or families that have a lactose intolerant, and they are trying to help him to have a better feeling. And this is the case of the mother. And the last persona that I found is someone that is an expert lactose intolerant. Someone that has been so for all his life, and maybe it wants to push more the rights for lactose intolerance that right now are almost like nothing. And maybe when we share the experience in order also to have new ones. And this is the case of the expert. So in front of this situation, the chosen scenario that I had was how to support lactose intolerance in the awareness phase, but in a specific field, the domestic one. Because of course there are a lot of services already existing in the other fields, but the most interesting one to me was what do they do, and how do they act when they are at home in front of a computer. And then I look around and I start checking all the existing services. Of course, we have highly official information and individual based services. So services such as doctor, the pharmacy expert, and also Gelato, which is a brand new service, is a test, a lactose intolerance test that is possible to order by online. And basically, they are using your DNA to detect your intolerance. Then there are also services that are strictly sponsored by brands, such as Lacto-Free, Florida Dairy Farm. They are like, but where the intention are unclear. They don't know. I mean, it's not easy to understand if they are trying to push for a product or actually help use it. And then there are a lot of services such as blogs, forum. They are highly community based, but of course they don't have any features. So the gap that I want to fill is exactly this square. A square that you already see the highly prostitution intolerant that is trying to work. And of course, it's not enough because they only try to understand our rights. So we know what's aside the service. We know also who our users are. So what's our target? The new one. We need to look for information. The traveler that is trying to look also for services and be ready for the street. The mother that is very anxious, become very anxious if she can help properly her daughter. And the expert that, of course, would like to share their experience with you. And then we know another important thing. We know, or we can kind of understand how human beings behave in front of the discovering phase. We know that when we're trying to understand something, the first question that we ask in front of the present intolerance which we have. So I can try and maybe start shaping the services around this idea. And maybe how can I provide a good solution for that? Maybe with an easy access to it. The other phase is exploring. So in comparing, understand what's around and add me. So that's a question that I do to myself, what is going to happen if I eat this product? And maybe services that can have maybe the solution out immediately on that base. And then for the next phase, the analyzing phase, my question could be what's the offer around? So what can I find around products, drug, lactose-free recipe, test. The last phase, just before actually taking a decision and after planning. What can I do in front of the situation? Well, I can buy maybe a specific product. I can buy, maybe I can book an accommodation that has a specific offer. I can participate in the activity of the Association for Lactose Intolerance, and of course, some social events. And that's why I decided to face in lactose intolerance. And I'm platform here as awareness of lactose intolerance from the discovery of the symptoms to this. Quickly, the offer. So there will be 6 areas in my platform. One related to the test lab, the community, the drug brands. One section that I call on the road with all the activity that is possible to do, so restaurants, hotels, and so on. And food brands as a financial support and expert. The test lab was required in my idea because not only could be a window for them, so it could visibility, but it also because a better diagnosis will increase the number of consumers of such products. So it could be interesting also to move the machine. I decided to include the community because, as we saw before, it's very important to share the experience, but at the same time, it's important to have someone that is able to give you the right help without giving a professional opinion, or that is able to understand also your point of view. I decided to do the drug brands, and as you will see after, the food brands because well, I need financial support, and basically I found in them the two main sources. I decided to include the on-the-road area because, especially for the further development, the app can be useful to have when we are out of the country, out of the city. And also the food brands, again, visibility and possibility to collect important data. And the expert, when you would like to have an official opinion. Actor map, the user, lactose intolerance and relative as a main user, and then also lactose intolerance that could be and so on. Internal actors for me would be since a lot of staff, marketing, IT technician, and so on. And on a second level, expert and highly the associazione italiana lactose intolerante. External actor could be also the food brands and drug brands, and for test lab on a second level because I don't see their participation in a massive way as much as drug brands and food brands. And I also define the related actors. There are actors that can be influenced by the service, but they cannot also do the negative contribute. Can exist without the service. System map. Of course, food brands and drug brands will have, as I told before, the main financial, will give the main financial support. And in exchange, the platform will give data, opinion, rates, quotes, all precious material that today is important for a company or to improve their services, the quality of their products, and why not also to make business the value proposition, experience, first of all. This is because it's a service that is based on experience. Efficiency, because it's a real-time service. Because online, on internet, so real data are an everyday reality. Reliability, because the quality of the service is guaranteed by the food brands, the drug brands, of course, the expert, and also the associazione intollerante. And of course, communication, because the technology today is connecting everywhere, everyone, everywhere, and anytime. And I would like to add also one thing of the product increase. It increases also the production of this product. And this is will be translated in a reduction of prices. So the product will be affordable by multiple. After you have the customer journey, the service will be discovered basically through social media, banner, sticker on products that we will see, and also word of mouth. All the facility will be reachable through the platform, such as the community activity, the information search, the rating of the service and the product, and also contacting the expert. The only thing in plus that I thought, generating also an app that could be useful for the on-the-road. The Basically, there are two main ideas that I have in designing the platform. That would be anyway built following the most recent UX and user interface concept. Having one for the first time creation and would be this menu. So widget, big, thematic, and visible. And a second menu here for someone that is already expert and is not the first time that is using the website. Only one thing that I want to add is a side path that I created for someone who is looking for information, for instance, intolerante, by clicking on that topic, it will can follow a studied path in order to have support in the discovery phase. The Casa Mangiare area will have the picture of a garden, a little description, and also where to find it. Of course, you will have the product, and here is an example of the community area. So, parla con noi, il consiglio degli esperti, eventi e poi il scenario dell'intolleranza, che può essere un format. The banner, the sticker that will be transparent, or they cannot touch the already packaging. And to conclude, the market. In the last 3 years, the production of lactose-free products increased a lot. In UK, it increased at the 19% more. USA, 14%. In Italy, the 4%. And the value of this market increased also. We can see that in these 3 years, from 2009 to 2011, it has from 100 millions to 143 billion. And here the customer service. I will include IT technician, marketing, platform domain, expert, the content editor, and other working space. And I'm going to, of course, be able to reach this. Of course, this will be an initial investment to be the amount of the revenue that I will actually reach. Of course, in the future, I can see maybe a multi-language platform that is able to connect not only European citizenship but also the world population. Yeah. And solution of the intolerant. It could be a nice format to meet other people. And that's it. This is our project.
It could be an example of acting on a problem on a client side. What I know the possible connection only with drug brand or food brand. Also, I know national services, you could exchange something with them.
Yeah, definitely I can see public institution of course collaborating with the service. Knowing the Italian reality, maybe it won't be so easy, but only because I read that Syria, for example, had a lot of trouble to have the bonus ticket in order to be able to buy Syria product. And of course, the intolerance is not comparable with Syria disease because, as we said before, symptoms are different. Intolerance can die if they eat something. They of course have gastrointestinal problem, but it just I think it's also the reason why maybe the Italian public health institution trying to do not help in this direction. But of course, yes, I think the Associazione Italiana to Intollerante is moving in this direction, and this is the reason why I would like to include them in the service, because I know that I can always someone pushing the border. Did you contact them? Yes, yes, and what the feedback and the fact is that it's brand new. They were born 2 months ago. So also if you go on the website, it's very unfriendly. Yeah, but I think that it's brilliant. I mean, it's something that the Italian marketing started considering, and yes, of course, they were happy. They told me that it was a great idea. They were trying to enhance the work.
Because in an idea now for development is also to contact the stakeholders to be interested in this idea and try to work together in order to propose something that we are try to be a task.
For your presentation, I think it's got great potential as idea, as you were saying, in many other food intolerant sort of spectrum that is increasingly growing. And I can recognize like 3 different levels in your presentation, which is the users, the market, and the system. You're tackling a quite complex, challenging issue. Because it's another of those sort of cultural changes we were talking before. I mean, in a world where advertising will give you that it gets very political on how food brands and drug brands that you think will give you money to sponsor this sort of campaign actually make money out of this. I don't want to get, it's not complicated, it's science. I mean, we are the only mammals drinking milk from other mammals, and there's a lot of literature you can read about it. And but milk production is directly connected to meat production. So I can see a market that is growing, and I'm sure that there is space for innovations like this, platforms, and more information. And you will need to find economical and political level some big players that are players that in your value proposition system are the ones that are supposed to support your activity. Again, it's very complex. So you did very well in, I think, in nailing down when you identify new one, travelers, the key users, and they are, and the market is growing, so there is potential. Address the sort of system level environment and focus on milk production countries. I mean, Italy, America, those are the right places. The fact that in Africa and Asia there's a massive, actually, they don't drink milk. That's why they cannot. If they drink milk, they'll fall out. You know, that's the point. So that's they haven't got the problem. We've got the problem. And if it's a problem, so I would like to see as well some sort of proposals of innovation, like what else can be done with milk. Can you go to food production companies and say, well, with the milk that you're not selling because you're selling more lactose intolerant sort of free milky sort of things, can you develop some biopolymer and you can make food containers? So you keep it within the food chain, but you do something else with the milk, the overproduction of milk, which otherwise would be a waste. So it's
but right now, the idea that comes up to my mind is that, for example, pasteurized cheese is not a big problem. So, Parmigiano Reggiano, for instance, is not a problem. I mean, it has to be the right quality. And so maybe pasteurized cheese could be a solution.
I'm saying there's big space for innovation. If we convince the food and the drug company that with all the milk that we should be drinking, we can do something else, or they can swap a few things, that could be interesting economically for them as well.
Thank you.
You ready? So for the pictures.
I will present my internship.
To start?
While I was doing my internship, most of my tasks creating design units for Vista programs. So those are the companies that have some interior products, and more specifically, bedroom accessories. In context, they were expected to create new product designs, understand design, exercise Bologna, 2014 September, and branding strategy, some branding strategy proposals. Starting with product designs. Before the design process of products, I start with first comprehensive market research, and then define product design chart or figure out which way design said to be, and define the design objective for reduce design range, and then design process. Product design chart is show historical products and competitors' products at a market between product design locations, design styles, between all design styles. It uses different three axes. These axes are reflective, like reflecting past, emotional past, emotional axis. In opposite, passionate, like ambitious and unique. In temporal axis, dynamic and effective. Dynamic is like curve, energetic, but effective is more sharper lines. In energy axis, basic, minimalist, and seductive. And I think reflective, basic, seductive, and dynamic. Then I look at the historical designs. In this chart, the historical designs is like more seductive and more reflective past. And competitive products is in the Europe and Turkey and Middle East. Their most best-selling product is more minimalist and passionate style. And I saw that we have to focus on this style. And I looked at some trends for big meetings, for the best high or future trends, luxury goods, technology, or units of. And I create this design objective chart for that
reduced design range. In this chart, Istadoro products is here. And we define that it's criteria. Some insight for future objectives. And product design. Series 1, trade. This product, I was expecting that they will produce for Sarsay there, but they couldn't produce, and they will produce in 2015. So and this is the fair design, fair Sarsay for last week. For branding, by college, we have identified some proposal steps for Instagram corporate brand strategy. These are build new unique model and involve the stakeholders and develop the corporate vision, exploit the new technology and awareness to brands and communicate. Article is future strategy in terms of service design. These are considered about new platform for future strategy and new service idea for clients. For new platform, what I think it has to be unlike more traditional mobile interface advertising SMS campaigns. These are designed to equip consumers with useful information about better service designs or educational content about which consider instructional content, product and tricks, how-to information that help customers learn how to more effectively use these products or integrate in their place. Customer and gradually expand the customer identity for the brand and ramps up frequency of shared brand information via social networks. In some cases, it can be less directly tied to Instagram products or service offerings. That primary purpose isn't converting sales, but generating positive experience that users will attach to Instagram brands. At its core, concepts of app is rooted in education and marketing and the notion that an educated consumer engage customers. Using that technology, brands by some products, customers with information they need to appreciate the Instagram brands. They will ultimately recommend to their personal networks. For new service idea of Istadora has instead of one-time customer, more wholesale regular clients. First, consumer discounters. They have already started for making contracts with this kind of product, but in the future they have to more focus specifically to business. A special client assistance service, one of the necessary services for the future development. An assistance has collected information about these development brands and specifically interior design of products, and also we work as a consultant to awareness clients to give more trust to clients and value to Istadora in the long run. With special assistance, we give product customized service options for specific clients that they can change colors, materials, patterns of products, or can have a chance to add specific logo, name, or any kind of pattern of what it provides with special assistance, professional helps. That's it.
announced that they want to develop something that could be about customization of their product and savings for that. Usually, in your opinion, they could develop this only with an online platform that the user could use to customize the product or asking for a solution, tailored solution, or with someone as a tool that they could use, something that could work also face-to-face with the client.
Special system because customers want to create some customized result with information labs. I think we need a guide that show them the options we have in professional products.
Yeah, but something that could resemble configurator, like a part configurator, in which you have options like mass customization. You could choose among different previously decided options, or something that could be more like a design tool, in which you could really design some different part of the product in your opinion. In the first solution, you could choose between existing solution. You could assemble them in the final product. In the second one, you could design some special part within the product.
For customized option?
Yes, for customized.
For customized option, then design for
The difference is the degree of hours that you give to your final customer. In one case, you only choose between existing alternatives. In the second case, you could choose within existing alternatives, but you could also have something that is really designed by you.
design from
Yes, some special part or something that you could add to the general product. I was asking only for your opinion.
No, in my opinion, just some customized options. It's not kind of customers want, because company has to be more helper, not passive, because company know professional information. So I think just customers has to be middle person choose specific. In my opinion.
Suleyman, for me, design as a process means change. It means that you bring something new, an innovation, a change. Throughout your presentation, you spoke about 3 experiences possible. Your internship experience, I haven't heard a lot about it. The showcase experience, so how do you display the product in a physical space, and how do you let people to interact and to understand the product better? And then there's the customer experience, which is where Stefan was asking you about how does it work? Who is this sort of special system? What is the innovation element? Does it go beyond just suggesting and doing the obvious customer care, or is doing something special? In your own words, can you tell me about these 3 experiences as they were stories? So tell me about your internship experience, the experience of the users going through the showcase. So not just about the physical layout of the stand, but what the people were doing understand. And how do you see a new figures? Is it a web platform? Is it a real person? Is it what do you mean as a customer assistant? Will it be a person following the clients, calling them at home, going the customers? Yeah, in your proposals, you say in your front proposal, you're suggesting some sort of customer assistance. It should be. How would that look like? Can you tell me just in simple words your stories? So let's start from your experience. What did you change? And did you change anything in the way they work and the stuff they do?
They, what they said to me, they want to open European market, okay? But their this is important to me. Their clients is more like hotels, not one-time clients.
Okay, so there's little space for change.
Yes. Okay.
No, there's no room for change. I mean, that's you cannot innovate a lot in this traditional market.
And I was thinking if there is some special system for them or contact for this client. It has to be for future strategy.
Or will it be a person employed by the company that follows the client and trying to help them to understand, or will it be an external outsourced person that help them to understand, or is a guide with the client? What will it look like?
Actually, work with company, but it can be just travel around.
So it will be
And it can be keep contact with all clients and we snap his network about his clients and we can use also clients want to get some information about.
Do you think it will be more of a sales marketing person or more of a design person?
He has to backgrounds in their design or product design because he is not professional, but also marketing.
Like personal stylist for them.
Yes, because there's some suggestion advice for the clients have to listen to
I have only a huge question for you, big question. So, how will you use your service design competencies and skills in the future? So, what do you think about your future?
about service.
Yes.
What will you do?
Yes. What will you do with your little box in your hand with the service design tools?
Actually, I don't think that I can do something like service design box. But I will just, I saw my internship, like, I consider not as just as a designer. Actually, I start to consider as a, from different perspective. It comes from this education. It was good for me. For example, I before the design process, I looked some marketing products, or these are just one example. But I just my perspective is changed. So when I approach design, I will continue as an interior designer, but I just changed my yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Abbiamo fatto il lavoro in
Brava Sara. If you put subtitles, I don't mind.
Beatrice.
Francesca.
So where is the
You need to swap the things. Inside. You get rid of it.
Prego.
So should we wait a second?
Sì.
La gioco.
Still Joe, yeah.
Do something.
Dance.
Dance.
Performance.
You're alive.
Rafael, non mi scrivi prima.
I'm charging for your picture.
Ready? So, hi everyone. I'm here to present my thesis. My project is a real startup that I've been starting it with a guy from Israel. And let me tell a bit of a story behind that, because I met him in Lisbon when I went there to do my internship, and we started to work together in the startup. And he had a wine store in Tel Aviv, Israel, and he started to pay attention to the users' habits, what they are doing in the stores. And one thing that he realized is that there is a lot of advertisement inside the stores, but the people are not paying attention in the advertisement that they have, the promotions that they are putting there. So one thing that he realized is that shoppers are overwhelming with several promotions they've seen while they are shopping. So it sucks for them. It's not something that engage them. So another thing that let me think about is I think one person that are working in a retail store, and for some reason he just quit his job and leave the company, and he live with him as well the knowledge that he have about the people that he attends, the shoppers that he attends there. So this could be a problem because shoppers are not so motivated to tell, like each time they come to a store, what are their tastes or what are their likes. So it is hard for them to every time like tell again the story. And another thing from the retailer side is that most part of the retailers are studying facing in the 80-20 theory. It is a rule about how we profit products. And with that, customer loyalty decreases while the retailers are competing with each other by reducing price and, of course, reducing profits. So we start to map the existing service that we have around, and we've seen that people that are doing service and products to influence shoppers while they are shopping, and have service and systems that are working with analysis about customer behaviors and customer habits while they are shopping. So we want ourselves as here a market opportunity for us where we can provide something with low technology and also influence shoppers while they are shopping. And we start to ask people. So we did an online survey, mainly in Portugal and Brazil with people, and most part of them between 20 30 years old. And one thing that we realized is that is 28% of the people are influenced when they are seeing a promotion inside a store and they buy products because influence them. And 57% are they think about that and they buy because it's similar to what they are looking for. And while 87% of the people want to download an app that will help them to have a better experience to shopping, and 31% of the people we interviewed they don't mind to share what are they spending, like what they are buying, and 55% told that yes, I can share, but it's only if you will give me back something that I can share with you, and only 14% don't want to share nothing about their purchase, their past purchase. So we've done that to arrive in this proposal that we've done before. And it is a service system for smart retail that helps retailers increase sales through understand customer behaviors and customer habits while they are shopping. So for retailers, we have two main customers, let's say. For retailers, what we provide is a lean sales optimizer suite. And what it means, it is a suite that helps retailers increase their sales and profits, and understand customer behaviors, customer habits. And for shoppers, we provide a shopping optimizer app that is mobile app that helps shoppers, buyers to get the best deals while they are shopping. So it's not only the best deals, but it's the best deal relevant for him. So with the LSO app, we can understand and read that, for example, I can know each person, specific person are walking in the store and provide some promotion directly for him. So, and based on that, we have our strategic offering that is start with the back office management applications that we have to control the entire service, and the sales team device that is one idea to have a salesperson walking in the store and helping shoppers while they're shopping. And for the shoppers' point of view, we have a members mobile app for the loyalty program clients that have in the stores. We have also published TV displays and is digital media signage. It could be a TV, it could be a tablet, or whatever shows something. And we have also fixed mobile device in the shopping cart. So it is only for the shopper that side. and here is for the retailer what we combine for them to provide a better experience, shopping experience. So here is just to see where we are focusing. It is the same analysis that we had before, just to see where we are looking for to be. And here, let me show you a small quick.
Meet Mr. Organized. Mr. Organized is a person that always looks for the best deals. He usually comes with a prepared purchase list. That's his own word. This time, his wife, who knew about the new system in the supermarket, has prepared the purchase list online. The following day, he enters the supermarket and goes to get a shopping cart. He notices that there is a new set of shopping carts with screens on it, and a big sign saying "Smart Shopping Carts." To release, please use your membership card. Mr. Organized becomes curious. He places his card in the slot, and his shopping cart pops out. Then a message appears on the screen. Hello, I'm your personal assistant. I'm here to help you with your shopping. Followed by a warning notification. He clicks on it, and the purchase list his wife prepared online appears in front of him, sorted by his normal route within the store. Mr. Organized smiles and throws away his paper purchase list. With every item that he places in the basket, he removes from the list by swiping his finger across it. He is enjoying the experience. After a couple of minutes, Mr. Organized starts checking the application promotions button. He clicks on it and scrolls through the list of promotions. He realizes that all of the promotions are customized to his purchasing habits. He clicks on the ones that he's interested in, and the item is automatically added to his purchase list. Halfway through his shopping, Mr. Organized has a strange feeling. Most of the promotions he had seen on the digital media signage screens throughout his journey were aligned to his purchasing habits. So he starts paying more attention to the screens and finds several interesting promotions that he also places in the shopping. Meanwhile, at work, his wife remembers that she had forgotten to add toilet paper to the list, so she quickly picks up her mobile phone, opens the LSO app, and adds toilet paper to the purchase list. Immediately, Mr. Organized receives a notification of an added product. He clicks on it and sees the toilet paper product. At this stage, he feels tired and doesn't know exactly where the toilet paper is located. Just before deciding to move on, he clicks on the product and sees a locator icon. He clicks on the icon and the map of the store appears, signaling his current location and the location of the toilet paper in the store. It's not that far after all. So he decides to pick it up and gets rid of the issue.
So, and with that, we define the business model for the LSO app suite, and the mainly customer segments that we are starting now is supermarkets. So we are focused on them now to get started, and then later we're gonna go to other retailers. And the main value proposition we offer for them is make retailers more profitable and proactive to understand the customer habits while they are shopping, and also provide better shopping experience for shoppers as well. And the revenue comes from a monthly fee that we charge for the systems, and each digital media signage or each shopping cart that they will put the system will have a different fee for that. And the other revenue that comes from is from the hardware. We already have done some partnership with a partner that provide a dongle. It is an Android solution for digital media signage, and also from there it comes revenue for us. And later we're gonna start to do customized analysis for the retailers, so we can also raise some money from there, and as a revenue. And we have another business model that is for the app. So as you saw, it's two different business, and the shopping optimizer app will be focused mainly in the beginning only for loyalty program members. And the main value proposition is to provide for them the best deals that is relevant for them. So according to their intentions of buying, and provide better experience, of course. And in the beginning, we don't have any revenue that comes from this app, this app is to engage people to use and make the LSO app more profitable and create more value for that, as you saw. And but later we are looking for create a revenue comes from this business model, that is to sell the big data analysis that we have from the users, and it can be great in the future. And let me introduce you Carlos Duarte. He's a Portuguese guy, and he's 43 years old. He always are looking for the best price. He even doesn't matter for him the brand that he will buy, but he's looking for the best price that he want to buy. So try to imagine now Carlos Duarte in the customer journey, while they are looking for, and he become our, when he saw the banner inside the store, or the banner in the parking lot of the supermarket, or he received an email or an SMS from the supermarket saying, telling him about the solution that we have now, and then he joined the solution, downloading the iOS or Android app, and registered by his loyalty card. And he started to use that and see the value that we provide for him, providing the best deals according what he really wants to buy. So we saw the value on that. And I've done some touch points to prove it, and one is the banner inside the store. So you will find a banner inside the store telling what is the service, or you can find this banner also in the parking lot. So while you are arriving, getting the store, you get know what is the service about. And we also provide the ticket coupon for the supermarkets, and behind that we print our logo and a short description about what is the shopping optimizer. So we will provide for them for free in the beginning, and it will be a way to share what is the service about. Everybody take the ticket and go home, so they can know better what is that about. Loyal customers through an email. So we're gonna send them an email saying what is the service about, and as well the SMS we're gonna send for them. So the shoppers will receive that. Shoppers that are already registered as loyalty clients. And we have the LSO website for the retailers, and the management applications that we have inside that. So it is you can manage like in real time the promotions. You can prioritize that. So I wanna advertise for people that are paying only by cash, or for people that are buying more than that amount of money. So we can prioritize that through the platform. And you can also get know where the people are walking for, because you have through Wi-Fi Connect, you get know where people are looking for, and show them the advertisement. It is everything automatic. You don't know, you don't need to do it by yourself. So you just need to prepare the promotions, and then it will be automatic. And we have also the shopping cart that is using the shopping optimizer app. So we also have the TV displays. That is a TV inside the stores, and behind that we have our system working with the dongles that I mentioned before. And the presence feeder is an app for the salesperson. So imagine if you have a salesperson in your store, the salesperson can know where the people are stopping for or looking for, what they are trying to see there, how long they are waiting in that small area. So, and the people and the salesperson can get to know them before to get and start to talk with them. So even if they never met before, he can know something from the user and take a look what he bought before, and provide something like in the way that he usually buy. And we have also the shopping optimizer website that is to get for the people to get to know what is the service about, and also the app for the optimizer, the shopping optimizer. So it is an app that we can take a look at the promotions you're gonna have in the store. You can add directly the promotions in your shopping list. You can control all your shopping lists through the app and find products inside the store. You can also take a look at the purchase history you have. So it is a way to create a relationship with the people to use the app, because I want to know what I bought before, what I bought, like the amount that I spent in the market in the last year, let's say. So it is a way to keep the relationship with them. You can also find the stores around and see the loyalty programs you have to register. And we have some customer development that we already talked with. This one is a big player from Asian market, and we talked with the group director of the commercial service. And one of the main calls we got from him is that obvious retailers currently wants that solution. He really liked the solution we showed him. And he told that it's a big topic for them. And he told us that he's responsible to make that happen in their stores. So when we have something like more, let's say an MVP, we can talk with them again, and they want to start something. It could be a one store just to see how it works. And we have done another validation with the general manager, the commercial support of big player as well, from the Australian market. And he told, wow, that is a real-time promotion engine that you are providing. And he found that it's less invasive than if you get stuck with people and try to sell something for them inside the store. It's less invasive than that kind of promotions. And regarding the visibility that we have, so we have our costs, but most part of the partners the product have been developed by the partners of the startup. So we don't have so much costs with salaries and that stuff. We have some costs, and it's related to make the MVP possible. And we have the receipts is from the software, so it's easy. And we have the break-even point in the middle of the 1 year and a half that we're gonna start to work with the solution. So we're gonna start the MVP in the beginning of 2015. We already have done a lot of things, but we're gonna focus all together and work on that in the beginning of the next year now. And yeah, the break-even point will come in 1 year and a half. Well, that is the next steps. So we already have talked with possible investor angle where in the next this week, and we're gonna meet there to see if that will be possible to start something soon. We are looking for the right person and the right people to get as a partner, and looking forward for an acceleration program that we registered at Cisco. So thank you.
A lot of ideas. It's really about the way in which you could partnership within the distribution, the shops. But because I think that the implementation of utilities by clients is really this kind of thing. You have a big network of shops, of offerings, and you could access with the. So in which way you want to implement this network? In which way you want to? Because you show numbers like, I don't know, 2,000 shops a year. So start from a big brand, it could be possible possibility, huh?
Yeah, well, the reason we put that one is that the validation we have done, they are in to start something, and the possibility we can have if we start something with them is huge. So that is the reason you can see that amount. The other thing is the MVP that we are looking to start in Brazil. It is with a software house company regarding retailers, software retailer company for only for supermarkets, and they have 3,000 clients only in Brazil, and it could be a good possibility because we're gonna integrate the system between their system and our system. So we already have a lot of opportunities there for them, and that is the to start in the Brazilian market.
So just because your solution also mixes this platform and absolutely something that you could call like a smart environment in the shop, but because it's like a smart parts and so on, is already experienced on this, especially on food. This has done something like this. There's a lot of projects. So what are in your opinion the differences in what you do?
The difference, the main difference is the price that we.
Yes, but the competitiveness of your proposal.
The main difference is the price that we are providing for them. It is a way better and easier for them to get in. It's hard to spend like a lot of money to buy, let's say, the smart shopping carts that already exist. But it's with that solution, we are aiming to at least the smart shopping carts. We're gonna start in the second year, so that is only possibilities with the shopping cart. In the details that you can find in the thesis, tell that the smart shopping cart is gonna start only in 2016 because it is a lot of that. So yeah, I don't have the exactly answer for that, but it's one thing that we are mapping and see how can we do that. So.
I think you got a bunch of credible products there, especially on the business side. I was a little afraid when we started the presentation until we saw the video that it was going to be much more focused on the business side rather than the user side. I have to admit that, yeah, there is interesting enhancement of the sort of shopper experience. Bear in mind that people are people and users are complex beings, slightly more complex than just shoppers. So when we talk about the sort of smart shopping or smart shopping environment, for me is different because it's not just focused on the shopping, but it's also focused on a series of side activities that are not related directly to shopping but can make a real difference to the users inside the shop, the retail environment. When we're talking about B2B2C, it's quite clear. I'm wondering whether you're considering as well the self-checkout systems and those organizations are already stacked inside of the sort of large distribution as a potential partner or client themselves. So I was going to start to say, oh, because I can see this being integrated with self-checkout and expanding your products and all being connected with your technology rather than just being a competitor. So what has been done for the past 5 years already. I have a couple of doubts and risks potentially that I see in terms of the control of customer choices, and I believe this may be an assumption that you need to test and prototype. This is doing as Google does, really building on the preferences of the users. I'm not sure that is a good thing. It is a good thing for the retailer. I'm not sure for the user how good it is, and how free I feel, and how controlled I feel. And obviously, the retailer desperately wants it. I will test that. I will challenge that, and I will take that as an assumption rather than because that is a retailer speaking and business owner. And the other big doubt is the obvious sort of digital divide. How many shoppers or users got that supermarket? what percentage of those shoppers will actually use a digital display to go through it. And then you can look at self-checkout. Because I believe they will go beyond, at this stage, above the 30%. And you need to justify your business model within that 30%, not the 100% of users of that. So retail model.
You mean to focus in the.
What I'm saying is that digital divide is still going to be out there for a while, and you're not going to resolve it by concentrating the full experience on a series of digital platforms with both each other and stuff. There's still going to be people, and probably there's going to be the majority of people in that supermarket or retail environment that not going to use it because they don't need it, because they don't trust it, because they don't know how to understand it, whatever. So I'll say that your profit margin and all your considerations do not take into account the 100% of shoppers in that supermarket. That's thinking that.
Yeah. So regarding the user test, the understand them and make something that you mentioned before, I've been fighting with the other co-founder because we don't think about the user. It is like only the retailer side that we can see. But I've worked before with users and retail market, and it's hard to find something that they will be engaging with. So I'm taking care about to make sure that will be great. And the MVP that we are looking to start in Brazil in the next year, it is in a gourmet store where we can get know the customers and understand better the answer.
Yeah, that's good. There was more consideration rather than questions, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have a crucial question. Who is the speaker of the video?
we bought that from the, we make these cats and we bought the audio recording from the speaker. It is an app where you can,
you can have voice maps and
and we paid $20 for the price. We send them the text.
It's not this okay. It's
that was the crucial question.
Exactly.
Crucial. No, I agree with that comment. I have some reflection in mind. So I think that of course GDP is a really, really complex system. And you spoke about smart solution, but I don't know if it is enough smart to face with the problem of GDP system, And another consideration is that it is really, really technological based.
Great distribution is not GDP.
Sorry.
Great distribution.
And it is really technological based. So the problem about using technology, not introducing new technologies, new infrastructure in a supermarket or in a
very busy environment.
Yes.
Most part of this environment they already have the PPs, it is like, and the technology, smartphones, it's come from the user, and most part of the users know and have something. So I see that it is so technology based, but it's something that is not so huge to invest in something.
So you have to consider a less portion of the market and also less portion in the market that places that are already
for people that won't use it, that will be noise. And that is a traditional design rule, less is more. Even Leonardo is saying, it's easy to add stuff. The hardest thing is to take things away and to go to the essence of what it's supposed to be. So that's the Google way, taking things away and go to the core problem. Because it's easy in an already busy environment to add elements. So it's how do you deal, okay, you're targeting the 7%, but the other 70%, they're not using it. That's nice.
Well, we thought about that, and it's a way to help the retailer to increase their loyalty program because it's decreasing today. So we have to create a balance between both. So what we're gonna provide for them and what.
Yeah, I would think like go to supermarket is supermarket as a therapy. Go to supermarket and relax because you have very nice environment, really easy, and good climate conditions, so you don't need to go through the refrigerator, freezing, you know. So it's I will think like on a different sort of way. That's
Okay. Yeah.
Davide. Ti riconnetto al tuo computer. Non ti riconosco.
Grazie.
Just like this. So, during my internship, I was involved to assist the tourist sector of tourism and in developing of a local project, local development project. With this huge team, I tried to assist local association to provide something that can empower the citizens and local relations. This is an overview about the system, the institutional system from European funds to citizens. So how these go through all these three passages from the regione, the local government, the municipality of the city, and the circoscrizione, which is the representative of the municipality in each district zones that are in the city. So here there is a list of about the main themes that are flowing from availabilities of spaces, of public spaces, local development programs supported by the European economy, and then how associations translate and urban labs translate these funds, this initiative of the municipality into an inclusive activities for citizens. Citizens from their part communicate their personal need, drug or physical disease, environmental issues about the city to the association and urban labs, and then communicate this information to the local government, the municipality, that can provide yearly research about the local environment and communicate this data to the European Commission. So I was in Mariet, Milano, the sixth circoscrizione, and this is the biggest area of Turin, the biggest circoscrizione of Turin. The role of the circoscrizione is to maintain connection with the link, all the associations that are in the area, and is to propose this social table to provide some horizontal and collaborative initiatives capable to involve all the associations, all the sector associations. So urban labs are the local labs provided by the municipality that have this hard aim to translate in on-field contact with citizens, the initiative of the local environmental projects. So there are these funds that comes from the European Commission, and then these urban labs have to facilitate the relation between citizens and these initiatives. So here there are the main third sector realities located in Turin, and first two are in Barriera, in the district of Barriera. These associations provide several initiatives, but quite most are similar. So there are shared trends like multiculturality, social assistance, and so availability of different courses to empower culture, creative labs, craftsman labs. Use a research on field that I developed and to have suggestion about this identity. So it's historical industrial value, but also new ones with important industries located there, from the food, Slavazza, to IT engineering, the architect. The residents that are important feature is that the 26% is international, the 75 is Italian, and also two main categories of people that are the ones over 60 years and less than 20 years, so young and elderly people. The space is very fragmented, so all the new spaces with huge courses that separate the area in many parts, and the important craftsmen and interproduction that are there. So these excellences find a lot of problems in these times, you know, and because of the district is very close to itself, it's not capable to open its market to the city. And so these realities are referred their activity, their economic activity, just to the people that are close to the area. Important realities that are there are the market square that are a socialized center for citizens. There are three, and one in Corso Taranto, which is very important because it's the central point for the citizens of that side to find food, because in that area there aren't supermarkets, and so this is very important for local inhabitants. But there are obstacles. Also, the municipality, for example, moved some of these stands from the main road that crossed the barrier to this side. This is in the north, so far than the central area where it was. And so also them are finding problems, economic problems. While here in Piazza there is another market where they're trying to provide local inhabitants are trying to organize themselves and try to manage the space within self-organized initiatives, but without having success in this. Piazza is the main central market of the district, and there are this project there, measured area that is maybe most important one for the district because involve commerciants and also other productive and market realities of the district, trying to organize themselves in a networking structure capable to empower their relation with the citizen. The Fidel project that want to relate with, the citizen connection with the social services to make them capable or in the position to provide some activity useful for the association. Then this project Creare Bellezza of the technical touring, where the people that are using the customers of the local dormitory space are involved in some projects for the space of the dormitory, and probably in the following month they will go out to the space of the dormitory and doing these activities to empower their capabilities. And so leaving the space that are in which we are used to spend the most part of the night. So the urban project that as we said before, is the urban center, the urban lab, so it's a municipality lab in deep contact with citizens, and these labs, the citizens of Barriera used to communicate about, especially about the regenerative programs that are in the district. About the jobs, some jobs and learning opportunities, about the situation of the public environment. The Banibucci, which is a lab where there are initiatives for different cultures of Barriera. Important point are the fact that these are facilitating the bureaucratic process. So also as a laboratory di quartiere, these realities that are in deep connection every day can easily understand which are the problems of the citizens to which they are in connection. And so it's important for the municipality trying to be involved into their activity. So there are also these private labs that are definitely the main spot that is on the district and recognized by the citizen scale. These labs are open to citizens to develop craftsman activities like furniture, bicycle, arts. The laboratory in Baviera, for example, incorporate these inclusive events for the community, and also invite retired people
to work with other citizens of Barriera, creating manufacturing product. Then there is the checkpoint that is the one of the main one, and it's refers to again craftsmen that are using these spaces to provide glass or wood factory productions, and there is a laboratory of bikes. Then there is the bunker, which is the main labs of the district, and it's important because it's well recognized from the whole citizen scale, and because its environment can provide different several activities. These are some Leandro interviews, and it refers to, in particular, the relation between citizens and the environment, and the relation between the association themselves and how the circoscrizione is seeing the citizens as people that need to fill the space in which they are. Also the culture sector operators that understand that the local market realities are in a very difficult situation. So we try to imagine a service capable to connect the citizens, putting them in relation with the environment in which they are, in trying to use the craftsman realities, local open labs, in trying to use the productive skills of the district within the desire of citizens to empower their district to produce something for the space. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to figure out a real service. I think that it is because I wasn't involved in a direct one-to-one interaction between all the members of associations. So I wasn't able to see the district as a whole global space, analyzing the relations in a not just citizen scale, but in a relation which, for what these are. So understanding the values, objective values, not just relative ones. However, when I tried to go deep instead of details, I had to move back because thinking about what from our citizens are wishing for them, and for the side, the institutional side, that want to try to empower the local environment, but is in conflict with for sure the flow of investment that are coming. So it's also not easy to understand which are the economical connection, the economical resources that you can get to define a service. And because in this private and social sphere, public sphere, it's not easy to understand where are the borders. Actually, I don't know which could be the level for a service to be involved in public institutions. Maybe directly within citizens, the third sector realities that are physical ones, not just not just not technology implemented, but really in contact, in direct contact, people, between people, are really a very important offer. Maybe the service can interact between these realities and the circoscrizione del municipality in a managing way. Maybe not involving directly citizens, or I mean, filter the direct interaction with the citizens with information that are coming from the associations. So from that, trying to collect good information to useful to promote local investment. Sì. Sì.
Okay.
Did you want to say the last sentence, sort of effect?
And
then the conclusion about no, the conclusion is that also when I was thinking about this phase, I read there and they said you are talking to involving citizens. You said before that the main citizens of this area are children or elderly people. You are just talking about second and third interaction with the analytic technology. So you are talking about platform needs. It also is true that it's not easy to attach this kind of service to realities that are really structured.
Davide, we spend a lot of time, no, in sharing the difficulties in activating promoting interface activities at local level. So in terms of it's a great experience in that field, and we also work on that field. So we share a lot of time. We yes, the difficulties in engaging in enabling the participation, in sharing our vision among different stakeholders. There are citizens, there are policymakers, there are local enterprises, and so on. So I think that the difficulty you perceive is the normal emotion that people have when they face with this kind of project. Okay. From one side. On the other side, of course, we also share different opportunities of service solution that we apply in that context. So I would like to know from you which are some ideas that you think that could be applied, just also not related to online platforms. We discuss about the workshops, the labs, the community artisans, and so on. So just to share with us which are the real opportunities or also concrete actions, or also at small scale that you could uh, support in that context?
Something related to economies that is being said, is being did, for example, or this is so also in the laboratory di quartiere, where there is this daily connection within citizens to facilitate the bureaucratic process that are really sometimes so far from them, and when the districts are very big, it's difficult for them also to do errands or these things. Also, information, this information is a good point to can be taken as a project thing for sure. But unfortunately, I was thinking about these themes during all the phases where I was involved, and so I make a puzzle of all these informations without playing with a unique value and strong value. I don't know if you lose the whole vision of the district, or is because you are a bit of the brain, and so that you are not understanding in deep one. That's
Yes, I want to add on the simple thing that if you face the difficulty of moving from individual small community scale to a greater scale, especially when you face the idea of providing services for a large community. And also the difficulty of entering research after a real proposal of something new for them. So I think that I really appreciate your on-field work, and I was asking myself, why don't you show what could be a real value of your experience, even if you didn't develop a real fully implemented service or solution on a foreign idea. Just to show us what could be the background for your action, your future action. So, do you think that?
no, it's also it's that I was in conflict between the point of doing services is something as a discipline, because it is a discipline, but so sometimes I didn't at the beginning I didn't felt these the realities that were around something that can be easily connected to the discipline of service, because I saw these things really human and directed, not so stretched or extended.
2 weeks ago, with a bunch of other designers, we were in Rio del Garda because it was the annual workshop on social enterprise, workshop Nazionale sull'Internationale. It's promoted by Stanford University of Trento, so lots of people. There were about 500 people attending, and the title of the workshop was How to Design Services to Have an Impact. And the many cooperatives, social enterprise, and associations that came to the workshop were actually people who work in this similar sector, and many of them were from Turin. Because Turin is a quite mature environment for this sort of project, as the ones you were telling us. I think it's going from Trento to Turin to all Bologna and surroundings, you can find some of the best silent design efficient. I mean, organization that design services and provide projects because they got the knowledge. They got the local knowledge, they are connected to their stakeholders, they are community champions in their communities, and they manage to do big things. What we're trying to do with 12 different people, and there was also Francesco Bruno, who was actually teaching here a product service system at Polytechnic in Milan, is legitimating our intervention with a couple of workshops to explain the importance of design and service design in increasing and making better their offer. What you're doing there is observing and taking part to a series of different projects. I really like a lot the way you pull out as well the bits of innovation, the platforms and the elements that we're focusing on. Each project has got specific topics, but as a designers, what you need to be good at, and that's what the message we're trying to pass on, of course, being user-centered, of course, prototype, visualize, document, and do all those things that not just self-design, but design thinking in general are suggesting us to do. You need to be good at creating models, the system for making those services and local projects replicable. So what I'm saying is that your added value as designers to those projects, and I don't agree with service design as a discipline. I would still say there is an area of investigation we use on lots of other codified disciplines. But your role as a service designer, as a creative person, is to gain from their experience on the ground, engage with this sort of empathic level of understanding people, understanding users, and it's not a personal need, but it's everybody's needs. That's why it's very complicated, very complex on a community level to respond to everybody's needs and all stakeholders. You know, they've got their own agenda, so you are entering not in a on the product line and I can issue with this, but you're entering a multi-stakeholder, multi-agenda sort of environment there because there is the model comes from the European Union, there are the local industries. It's very complex if you look at the stakeholder map, as you realize yourself. But there is something you can add. And this sort of creative and strategic mindset that you can that is the value you can bring back to the community. And it doesn't matter how big is the project. Secrea is a platform. It could be something that connects projects. It's about sharing the project. It's about sharing the learnings. I don't know. There is an opportunity to identify and need to understand what is really useful to all these projects. What is the common elements that can connect all of them? Something that could make sense to all of them. Because maybe they're not designers. Maybe they're not very good at documenting their project. Maybe they're not very good at communicating their input. Maybe they're not very good at creating a model that can be replicated and exported. And that's where your expertise comes in. And that's where you need to build your, if you're interested in keep working with these sort of people, this sort of association, that is your entry point.
Thank you. Okay.
And of course, check out Cittadini Creative and all the others. It's here in Milan.
And okay, we are ready for lunch. There are it's 12:40, so we can start at 1:00. Okay. We will start at 1:30, so enjoy the lunch. It's here on the right. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, possiamo certo.
Chiudiamo l'aula.
Sì, direi di chiudere, così siamo tranquilli. E se vediamo sono qua.
a bit more private.
Yeah, I know.
Question
There's something to be doing.
Yes. Come along. Come along. I'm making it already cloudy out. It's my guess what we are looking for is and that's what will be more interesting in terms of especially of course actually I think VAT because now I'm thinking for Christmas it's totally confirmed. We've got already like 4 people who sign up with 3 more people working permit. It's going to be smaller things, 5 days in, and I got a small budget for somebody to bring. So I would say I got probably a system for session. So which is probably up to £400, which is not that increasing to pay off people. But,
Nervous? Yes, some. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Sarah is okay.
I did yesterday, she was okay, but yesterday night she started to become
Today?
yeah, basically.
Voglio chiudere però non si deve vedere un
Oh, nice.
we can see better, no?
Yeah.
So maybe not this one.
Oh, good. Very smart.
How was something?
Yeah.
Spent summer here.
Summer?
Yeah. 2 years. Yeah.
Quando? Sì, tanto di no.
Il prosettaggio. No, volevo riguardare perché non l'ho vista da ieri.
Sara, vado incontro a Claudio.
Ok, tanto sai la strada.
Sì.
Perché non funziona? Can you see?
Oh, nice. Sarah?
Yes.
It's also, I have keynotes.
Can you see the yellow? Yeah.
Oh. I can see the yellow. Oh.
Guarda, non si vede tanto il giallo.
Scurire lo schermo?
What can we do? No.
Sara, dopo tu e Mariet? Dopo Antonio e dopo io, vero?
Sì.
Sì.
How can you do that?
Cosa vuoi fare?
Perché il giallo non si vede bene.
Ah.
E visto che c'è molto
Yeah, you can't really see it
Sì,
at
è un
all.
po' forte, un po'...
E visto che è tanto giallo la mia presentazione, ho bisogno di cambiare il sistema.
Ma sì, secondo me devi cambiarlo dal
Penso che sì. Però-
il proiettore.
Ah sì, vedi contrast, brightness.
Who's the first
The
one?
people in the afternoon. Sara, you first.
Però non vorrei che poi il resto sia troppo...
So it's Sara, Mariet, Antonio, me. No,
No, perché
Susana.
nella mia
Gruppo.
presentazione...
Il gruppo.
No, perché nella mia presentazione c'è tanto giallo.
Don't worry, mine has a lot of.
Prova a invece aumentare il contrasto. Arancione. No, male.
Yeah, better.
Better and make, okay, just the lowest contrast, but more bright. No, medium. I would go to the lowest contrast and more bright. Right.
You can see it for a moment.
What are you doing?
No, presentation. No.
Yeah, it's not an experiment. So,
Less contrast and then more bright.
No.
you can't see it. That's right.
No, more bright.
Let's see what happens. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
No,
no.
for sure the same.
Told you.
That's
Cool.
yellow.
I said it?
Yeah, many times. So we just changed
So
it.
this is your fault completely? This isn't.
Va bene, dai. No, però aspetta, sennò gli altri sono troppo scuri. Vediamo un secondo.
No, vabbè.
Va bene questo,
Sì, va
dai.
bene. Sì. Tá bom?
Tá bom.
Tá bom. Tá bom. Okay, so try this.
Yeah, these are all of the things.
The screen's really good.
Just give it a tap.
Go back to the mic.
What's in the bacon?
Yeah, now it's a lot better. Before the screen was really blurry.
Did you fix it?
¿Sí? ¿Está claro? Bless you.
Nico, devo di camera con me, che tanti già c'è la presentazione non si vede
What, do you want to try to set up the screen or?
Sì. I have material.
Ma dove c'è Francesca?
Non si vedono altre opere?
Cioè che le pone
Spariscono.
vabbè, sì.
Come dopo il contrasto?
No, ma abbiamo provato con Antonio a regolare, questa è la cosa migliore che possiamo
Si quieres decir
No,
che agora temos uma Roma que vai ser o social distancing per Roma, depois vou ter uma semana em Pisa, e o Internet Festival em Pisa. Vou dar uma apresentação que é o centenário da morte do e então vamos dar uma apresentação que é do organismo para o design e do saldo do certo não, vamos fazer agora 15 como visualização e então, depois de Portugal tem que ser um springboard já tem que vir Brasil conquistar o
Un saludo, falta mi compañera. Con mi papito. Salute.
Eu sei que potencialmente Lisboa.
Bravo.
Olha, não é essa pessoa, assim. Exatamente hoje. Sim. Foi bom ter isso, foi bom de combate, de conhecimento.
Take selfies with everyone.
What?
Take selfies with everyone.
Taking selfies. A friend of mine invented something. I don't know if it's going to be popular. He started taking pictures of himself. Selfie. He started taking picture of his feet. Selfie.
Catchy, it's got the name.
Yeah.
I mean, people have been doing that on the beach for years.
Yeah. The sausage pictures, I think.
Actually, that would be a fun thing. That would be a fun project. Like, you know how people always take these beach pictures? They're just doing it in stupid circumstances, like in the snow.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Ma funziona quella...
Sara viene anche lei.
45.
But you're just mine,
La hermana de Sara. Sí, un poco. Pero tú puedes hablar español.
Puoi cantare in spagnolo.
Anche? Che lastima che vayas.
It's a swimming car ride home.
Yeah.
Road trips, you're just blasting Spanish
I
on.
can imagine. Did anything else happen in that trip?
It depends on what context you're saying.
What happened in that first paper?
A lot of sleeping, that's why we can't actually remember what happened in the car. Are you putting it on her computer?
Consenti. We can open a mobile phone connection. Try.
No. Sara,
Vamos a saludar al lector.
He's my dad in the street.
Antonio?
No sé. ¿Te gusta la baguette?
Someone kicked the hamster.
Respiriamo un po'.
No, sì.
dimmi.
Sì, perché io ho detto
When I finish I'm up here. Thank you.
It seems like an adequate Rafa, what's your password? I don't know what it is.
Cominciamo perché se io papà sai. Ti vedo. Chiudi la porta, Davide.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. My project is called Mimosa, Designing a Service for Women's Sexual Well-being. So, just a brief introduction. The whole story started from an need that I share with many of my friends, which is we are never certain about the type of contraceptive method we use, and we always wonder if it's about ourselves, why we get weight, why we get headaches. So that was to help women to find the best control option for them. And so I started researching about those methods. But then one day I ended up reading an article of the World Health Organization where they defined sexual health as not merely the absence of disease, dysfunction, and infirmity, but as a state of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to sexuality. And so I was wondering, let's research about what is actually birth control and how it all started. So I deepened my research and historical background and found out that actually birth control has been a key topic for the feminist movement. They were fighting for economical and professional independence. They were looking for sexual independence and also more sources of information about birth control. And so actually this was a key topic for women to achieve the role they play now today in the modern society. So if today we consider sexual independence of women as an achieved goal, although today sexual independence is still something not easy to handle. And in fact, we see many women that are at risk of behaving in such extreme ways that actually go in the opposite direction of the initial purpose. So my design question that came up was, how might we enable women to pursue a healthy and aware sexual and reproductive life? And so I continued my research on how women get informed today about those kind of topics. And also I did research about the Family Counseling Center, generally in the situation in Europe, but also in Italy and in Milan, and how they work today. And then I went to a in-field research in a family counseling center in Milan, Leandro de Benedetti, where I met Dr. Cassano, a gynecologist of the center. I interviewed her, and also we had a brief exercise on user archetypes, and the user archetypes that follow the center. And so some main findings of the research came up. For example, although nowadays women have easy and quick access to all the information they need on the internet, the overabundance of the information always responds to their question, and also sometimes it makes them even more uncertain. Women usually go to the family counseling center with a specific request. For example, the request for the prescription of the emergency pill. And so they want to solve this problem in the least amount of time without considering all the rest, all the aspects involved. So we as women, we still treat sexuality as a series of scattered events. And there is not a service that really gives us the complete picture. And so some key opportunities to develop my project came up, such as, for example, to work on prevention, we should go beyond the specific needs of the moment and contextualize it in a broader self-awareness journey. Or came up from my interview with the gynecologist. Having a single tool to rely on every time we face a problem or have a need related to our sexual life could represent really a big change. It would be ideal to create a virtual family counseling center where the high experience of the health worker can be given to youngsters through channels and modalities that are familiar to them. So my final design question was, how might we renovate the current offer of the family counseling center through modalities and channels that are aligned to today's women's lifestyle? And so I started developing my project, which is called Mimosa. So the starting point was to create, the intention to create a sort of consultorio diffuso or a widespread family counseling center. The basic idea is that not to provide a single place, but to have a network of women that provide, or healthcare providers that provide the same kind of service in the place they want to, or they are already familiar to, like their offices, their studios. And so, what is Mimosa? Mimosa basically it is a web-based network that connects women looking for sexual and reproductive well-being, called Mimosa, and professionals who help them achieve these goals, called Mimosa. So why Mimosa? Mimosa, first of all, is a symbol of women. And also I found out by researching that Mimosa is a term used in many languages to define a woman who has the perfect combination of brain and beauty. And so I found that it was a good name for this concept. So, we are going to address to women at different ages, but also because our overall goal is to create we also want to consider the same woman at the different stages of her sexual life. So, the offer is divided into two main options. An open platform that provides information and a profile-based platform that provides health and care services. So the open platform provides, as you can see, provides basic, reliable, and personalized information to help women find the birth control method that's right for them. And we later will see how it actually works. The profile connects women looking for health and care to professionals and volunteers who help them achieve it. What kind of profiles do we find on the platform? So, of course, the mimosas. And who are the mimosas? Are gynecologists, psychologists, pharmacists who are the mimosa health provider, which is a paid service. And the volunteer, which provide the free service of social support. And they are peer volunteers that are young adolescents who provide social support to the first age, or adult volunteers. So how does Mimosa Health work? It is a paid visit. So in one case, you can pay the visit. So you book and pay online. You visit the doctor, and afterwards you leave the feedback to the doctor on the platform. Or for the in this case, 90% of the total price goes to the healthcare provider, while the 10% is a commission to the service. But the service also gives the possibility to young women that don't have much money to spend to barter a service in exchange. So, how it works? First, they book the visit, and they choose the type of service they want to barter among the services that the healthcare provider on their profile. Then they visit the doctor with them. Then they barter the service, in this case the visiting, and in the end they give also the feedback to the doctor's profile. So in this case, the healthcare provider receives a service in exchange. They have the mimosa fee as a commission to the service. So let's go through the customer journey of Mimosa Health. Here we see in parallel what happens to the Mimosa and to the Mimosa. So while the Mimosa look and find a Mimosa on the platform, she registers and she books the appointment. The Mimosa has been tested and interviewed, and so when she is approved, she can create a profile and manage a calendar. At this point, she receives the notification of the appointment. So they can meet the doctor, visit the patient, and then when the Mimosa goes back home, she gives the feedback to the Mimosa profile. The relationship between patient and doctor is a monitoring tool, an interactive tool that can be invoked by the patient to keep track of the clinical history of the patient. In the case of Mimosa Care, it works at the beginning basically the same way, unless that the Mimosa volunteer has to take the course and qualification to be part of the network. So, the Mimosa can choose in this case to ask for an online service, support service, or to actually have an appointment with the volunteer. In the first case, the Mimosa will answer online to the Mimosa question. In the second case, they will actually meet, and the Mimosa will give all the information that the Mimosa needs to deal with the problem.
So it is a free service, so the Mimosa won't get paid for that, but she can she can start to have collecting points on a Mimosa card to spend on discounts to the pharmacy. So the system requires a first initial investment from a social venture capital company. And then here we see in yellow and in blue the main flows or revenues that the service gets. The blue is the Mimosa Health, and the yellow are online purchases that the service can give this possibility to their user to buy contraceptives, but also cleansers and other ladies products, but also clinical from the pharmacist to the platform. And here we see the secondary offering. So what is the value exchange of Mimosa? For the young mimosas, the operating platform provides reliable information. For the adult mimosas, it's about well-being. Received both by Mimosa Health and by Mimosa Care. The healthcare provider will find value in enlarging the network of their patients and also in enlarging their professional visibility. While the volunteer, of course, will find a big emotional value by taking part of such an social impact network. So the main touch point is the website. Here we see the open platform that provide information about contraceptives. That is sorted in 3 different categories: by choosing the list, by prioritizing, or by comparing. So here we see what is the contraceptive method, how we can use it, and the side effects that it creates. Here we see the profile based. So after that, the Mimosa has been registered, she can look for a Mimosa close to her. So she looks for a gynecologist. And here you see the results page. Here on the top, the Mimosa can still change the location. Here she can choose the price range she's interested in. And here the platform gives the possibilities of the healthcare providers and of the Mimosa network. So now she sees the prices, and the Mimosa can go into the profile of the doctor. In this case, it's a gynecologist, and we see her the profile, with her the curriculum, and the rates that the other Mimosa users have given to her. So now she can either contact the doctor by writing a message on the profile, or to book and pay for the appointment. Here we see the review page that is been designed by search the information on different categories or parameters, like the professionalism, the comfort perceived in interacting with the doctor, safety, hygiene of the office, convenience of the service. Here we see the online shop page. Other touch points possible for the service are, for example, of online banners, service on other web pages that are related to the Mimosa, like in this case, for example, the Centro Medico San Agostino, and the fidelity cards. So let's talk about some scenarios. Chiara is 17 years old and she has a boyfriend since a few months, and she finds out that she's pregnant. So she's looking for support, but doesn't feel like going to the family counseling center because she wants more privacy. And so she connects to the platform, and she chose the volunteer that is closer to her, Anna. So they meet at the address that Anna indicated her, and Anna gives all the information she needs to authenticate this process. After Chiara is went back home, she can leave positive feedback to the volunteer. And so Anna starts collecting points on her card. So Laura is 20 years old and she's been taking pills since some years, but she always has hesitated to go to the pharmacy and having to ask for pills or other stuff in front of other people. So she connects to the Mimosa website and she asks for the help of a pharmacist. In this case, she wants to buy a type of pill, and also she asks for a good cleanser. And so the pharmacist gets back to her with a selection of cleansers that would be good for her. So she decides to buy both of the products. But in the end, the platform also gives her a suggestion on other products that she could use, and she could create discounted packages on the platform, on this platform. In the end, she decides to buy this discounted package. The third scenario is Marta. She's 36 and she decided to have her first baby. So she's been part of Mimosa since some years, but unfortunately her gynecologist has moved out of the city. But she has given a suggestion to her about Dr. Elisa, which is part of the network. And she's a gynecologist that has an experience of years in the difficult pregnancy. So she connects to her and books her first appointment. And so together they start this process. So what kind of create? We want to create brand equity by combining information and well-being. We want to create profitability by addressing needs with tailored solutions. We want to create a safer network by testing and interviewing the appliers, and loyalty through creating a community and by giving the possibility to the user to link and process services. So let's go fast to the business model. Here we already see the parallel of the target segment and the value that the service creates for them. The main sources of revenues are on the percentage on healthcare appointments, on the online shop, and on online advertising. Here we see the main channels that the service creates to link to its users. And here we see the main activities and resources needed for the service to work. And the main cost consists in basically designing and maintaining the website, a marketing campaign, and the Mimosa team. So to recap, there is a free service which consists in an open platform and in a Mimosa Care, which is a social support. It can be sustained by a payment offer consisting in Mimosa Health and an online shop. We already saw how the paid system of Mimosa Health works. About the online shop, we can say that for each purchase, there is a 15% in commission to the service. So, just to conclude, the future development that we envision for this service, for sure, the designing and mobile app involve other areas of interest, like clinical areas that could be, for example, nutrition or other areas related to sexuality, like physical activity or other fields, and also to the possibility to involve other target segments, like parents or males, that could play their role by having a profile on the platform. Thanks.
important area of developing third-party services. And I was wondering if you could tell us what are, in your opinion, the possible connection between this kind of approach and private approach to try to bring them kind of entrepreneurship in those services that are already existing within the public services, because you put our attention on the family counseling center that are important apps to connect people, experiences, face-to-face interaction that is, in my opinion, very important to establish a trust relationship between the patient and user.
So the family counseling center in Italy, there are already two types of centers: totally public centers and also private centers. So in this way, Mimosa could play a role because it could create an offering to start as a private family counseling, an offer for as private and could be interested in using such a platform. And then for sure there is also space for creating partnership with the public offer, which I think is still one of the main goals, is to create also a part of offering that is still public and free. So yeah, for sure there is a space for partnership with the already existing offering.
The public offer could be virtually included in the platform. So always some unfinished with connect.
But for example, the professionals that already are part of the gynecologist that we saw before would start being part of this network. And so as she's actually she was one of the people that was telling that the idea she would like to create a virtual family planning center, because it's really now there is a big gap between the offer that we provide and the needs of the young, especially the young users. So, for example, her could be one of the pioneers that could start using this network, and of course, to me, it requires many years of trials to actually implement it in the actual situation of the Italian healthcare system. But for me, there is a possibility for those kind of professionals to start practicing software.
Well, first of all, congratulations, I think was brilliant in terms of communication and the way you took us through as well our field, and then we don't know much and learning throughout your presentation. So I think the communication level you got us where you wanted, which I think is also a good way of displaying, visualizing, and presenting a service. So that's on the delivery. I can see I'm not an expert, I can see the service potentially working with the group of users to identify. I'm just wondering about the initial engagement and the ongoing engagement. Because once they are into the system, I can see how this works, how it can evolve. We could create, as you're saying, those extra touch point like cards. I was thinking about Mimosa Club, sort of, how you could tender service, you can actually barter sort of services in terms of sexual education, so the young ladies could take part of the Mimosa services for free initially, or the Mimosa care can actually return it back in sexual education in schools or midwifery centers and many other sort of association level work that could be quantified and coded in terms of hours of sexual health provided as well. And so the initial engagement and the ongoing engagement, so initial engagement, I can understand that it comes from capacity info, that could come from a urgency. I need now to know because something is happening. So I don't know whether you.
Yeah, like talking about the young users. Also, I didn't actually mention it in the presentation, but also I envision a strong partnership with schools. Today in schools, it already exists a sort of service. When I was at high school, it didn't exist, but now it exists. Sexual education is also given by peers educators. So the chosen school students are formed and trained, and then they train themselves their peers. Because this is a way to get interacting. Yeah, I mean, because as a 17 years old, I trust, or I feel more free to talk with a girl of my age instead of a professor or. So in this way, for me, the school really also would be involved in this network.
And then I had the last question. What about boys?
What about
boys? That's really.
So because I didn't have time to develop that part, but also as one of my key feature development, for sure there is space for maids because yeah, I mean, I could not forget them because they also play an important, because it's based on relationship. Male to women, male, women, but males are also an important part of this project. So,
I think it will be harder to get, that's why I'm asking. So it will be harder to get involved and harder to explain and get them to understand. So that's, yeah.
No, I agree that the service is really well structured and represented. The offering and I think that an important issue that you mentioned is the idea of tasks and the networks, because you described physical networks and virtual networks. You have to connect with these two communities that sometimes it's not so easy to merge, because you have an online network and online community, but you have also physical community. So we need to meet people, and so I think that one challenge is how to create this sense of trust when you are online. And I think that this is an open issue that the service would yeah, it's not only online based, but yeah, part played by the social interaction. Yeah, for example, in the first scenario, I wanted to do a meeting this kind of meeting between a young girl that finds out to be pregnant. So she doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to tell parents. She maybe is afraid of telling to her friends. So this, as it's a free service, could be really helpful. Yes, but sometimes it's like some topics that I can speak in general because we are friends. But sometimes if I am scared about something, maybe this is a friend, but I need a doctor, someone that or also a volunteer, which is not a doctor, but it's someone trained to give information about how to behave in this emergency situation. So just only the information, like you have to do this, you have to go to the gynecologist, you have to do that. This is the process.
I would say in the past, main touch point or channel for this sort of services would be a phone number, like a green number, a yellow number. You can call anytime and ask information about it. Do you think that I mean, looking at the user, not just the youngster, but even the who prefer to conversation or pick up the phone and because I think that would be
that could be, yeah, for sure that it
work. But for me, in this kind of situations, like me as a woman, I want to have an interaction with a physical person.
Yeah, how do you book the interaction? That's the usual side. You call
Okay, also calling, yeah, this for sure. But if I find out to be pregnant and I don't want to be pregnant, I don't feel like only calling a number and talking to the person that I don't know. I would prefer to have a reliable person to meet with only once, and she can illustrate the option. Yeah, that's available. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is about visual media and my study journey in visual media, which is served by networking the giving value to participants and give more facilities to participants of the visual media study groups. And it will be divided in 5 parts, which I will talk about the educational approach and the study groups and problems in the project. But Reggio Emilia, Reggio Emilia educational approach is started since early 1990s, and they developed it mostly after Second World War. By 1994, in early 1994, the international projects of Reggio Emilia grew, and so that's why municipality of the Reggio Emilia decided to establish Reggio children to improve and develop the professional development for early years of childhood. What is the approach of Reggio Emilia? Giving more privilege to the observation and documentation of the learning process and discussions. The image of a child as a potential person, collaboration with the people, the families, and the child, and using giving more importance to the space as an architectural point of view. In 2006, international center established, and it has different parts as ateliers and auditoriums and the school also. Since 1994, the international network started, and now 115 countries are collaborating and working with Reggio children, and it has 34 international members. The study groups are divided in 4 main groups, which they are national study groups, international study groups, the international network, North American network is included,
And these are making some, these groups are making by required or the children is just giving a course and deciding when there is possibility to be study groups. I chose North American study groups because there is different reasons, lots of different reasons, because they started since early years of retro children's working, and it's a very huge group, and they are so interested. And fortunately, in the period which I was there, I could experience them. They had a study group in that period. The experience which I did with them was a welcoming day with the nation of the North America. Impression when they arrived, introduction, and using the powder as a restaurant, and they have group pictures, local tours in the city, and especially North American study groups. The actors are retro children and institution, with collaboration of the North American legend Angela Ferraro, and then countries around the North America, Canada, USA, and Mexico. The participants are educators, teachers, university staff, students, and different kind of participants they have. The Angela Ferrario as a promoter, and Retro Children and Institution as a provider of this service. Their educational system, the registration of system is working from first giving the date and topic from the children and institution, and spreading through Angela Ferrario all the process. She is sending all emails and information, and the participant is registering if she's member or not, and then they are arriving to Reggio Emilia, and they have welcoming day, study journey, and final goodbye talk and feedback. But who is Angela and what's with her journey? Is the legend of North America. She's one of the members of NARA, which means North American Study Group. And she knows Reggio Emilia process early period in the beginning, and she was in the exhibition of 100 languages, and she started to bring people to participants to Reggio Emilia, and during the years, especially after establishment of international center, it grows this person. And what is her journey? So she is getting the information from Reggio, and through telephone or email and website is letting know to the people, participants who want, and sending them an email with all information. So the participants should know about hotel reservation, registration, model payment, and Angela is doing all of this procedure, and organizing and for the welcome day. When she's arriving to Reggio, when she arrived to Reggio Children, she's going through. She has a welcome day one day before the study journey starts. So she's going and welcoming to the people, registration part, introduction, and group pictures and lunch. So then she is available if somebody needs for this period. But what is the conclusion result of this journey? Is that Angela is first working just for before journey, and she is doing some activities which maybe we can with facilities we can reduce these activities and time saving. And who is the participants of this journey? I chose from the groups which I experienced with them, three main groups, which it is Nati and Stephanie, which they are working in and they are teacher of the school, and they came here for the first time to Retro, and their school is teaching Retro approach since 10 years. The other one is Stacy, which she's finished her university and she's ready to work, but she wants to uh, improve her knowledge about the Regia approach. And Anna is from Australia, and she already worked with Regia approach, and she came here to have more experience. Their journey is different in the initial part. For the getting aware, Stacy, as a student, graduated student, she knows about radio from the university, but the other two knows radio approach from the school. They started to registration and knowing getting aware about the study groups from website. The different from Anna, because she was from Australia, so she first contacted with Rachel, but then then Rachel with Angela's name and started to work with Angela. So as before, Angela is sending the information and getting the materials and confirmation letter. They are coming to traveling to Reggio. When they arrive to hotel, they are getting from the hotel, we're coming back. And so they confirm with the materials and where they are going. Then they are arriving to Reggio Children and they have all welcoming process. During the journey, they have different gathering points, lectures, videos, visitors, schools, and ateliers, and different parts. And also, they have lunch inside of the Reggio, but also outside of the Reggio, which they have to find out where they have to go. The last day, they have gathering talk and feedbacks. So they are getting the feedback module, paper module, and then finishing the day with this feedback. And they are going back to their countries. Blueprint of the participants. We can understand for the first part discovery, they use the website, newsletters, and their touch points will be computer and newsletters, and their front-end services, radio and Nara's website, and people which are working there. The backstage is the Radio Children organizers and pedagogists, and the schools and their organizers. And the external supporter will be the municipality and the international network, which they help her, or also the and for the booking part, the touchpoint will be website, email, telephone, and even credit card. Their front-end service will be Angela and the website for booking the travel, and their back-end service will be Radio Children's responsibles and Google research for product and ticket promoters. And external support will be payment system, international network, hotel and ticket, and the Brazilian municipality. It will be continuing continue the same way for the getting there and welcoming and study journey, and also for their goodbye, which they will have for the end. They will get talk with the pedagogist and get feedback, and they will have the page will be pedagogists and the responsible of the radio, and their station. The back end will be salon the lectures and the children's organizer. From this journey and also the interviews which I did directly from different groups of study groups, and especially with the North American study groups, I took some points, some problems, which if we divided in 5 stages this journey. For the before the backend, they have basic information which maybe sometimes they are not receiving in time, or not all the information. For welcoming, there is a lack of the welcoming personally, and maybe not all the people can get the welcome back in time, or lack of there is no easy access to Wi-Fi, and lots of people paper items when they are receiving the bags or they are there. And for during the journey, they don't have photos, and there is no documentation about study groups, or let's say not so much about the people who are coming there from Brazil. And they are not delivering materials presented during the study groups. And for the ending, all the participants do not receiving the feedback form, or there is no goodbye event, and not documentation about study group. And for the after, there is nothing after the journey. It's when their journey is finishing in the last day. So, what kind of ideas, what kind of changes we can do, or what is our opportunities? We can suggest as an online platform, virtual tour in the center and the city, goodbye event, and online club, and the organizer will have different quality changes. So I just put idea is in creating an online platform, and my service is my main offer is online platform application and self-service machine, which the online platform will be linked to the Redo's website, and it will help to manage the study journey easier, faster, and it will have an alert system and provide general options to the participant, and also after journey activities. It will have 4 steps, and they can continue their journey also after they cannot continue their participation and connection after the journey. They will have barcode for entrance and for getting assigning their arriving there to Reggio Emilia. And the service ideation logo, it has an important role, and it gives identity to this group. So I try to maintain the logo of study groups, adding the people which are participants and they are true networking start and try always be connected with Reggio. There some advantages for all parts of the for participant and network provider and also promoter. They will have materials, paper materials and welcome kit and materials which they are changing every short time. Some of them will be online. And what is the content of the platform? We can see step by step iCloud and pictures for self-service machine scanning and printing part and application. So this is the kind of prototyping, which from the radio website they will go and they will log in and they will arrive to the specific platform of my journey in radio. And step by step option is the most important option that since the beginning, the starting of the register, they will have step by step they will have active these options. So all the information which they need for registration and different steps they will receive from step by step. And there will be alert system which for every important point with deadline they will receive an alert through email and mobile different part. The application will help them to use and get information in region area, so they can use in everywhere. One of the most important part will be mapping, which they will have different map to arrive their point. And the service machine, which they will have, they can get their scanning and the bag, welcome bag. And there are 2 persons from America, which one is from NARA members, and she finished her teaching part and she started her job and she's doing research. So she wants to go to radio with this new research and continue with forum and having more experience, collecting the experience of the other people. So in this part, the registration will be through, everyone will do directly from online platform and getting information directly from the platform. And the information will not exchange different, like everything is online, so the participant, the promoter and provider can get their information in the same time. So the future, I will conclude my project with the future development, which is will be online gathering and conferences, which they can improve these conferences through internet networking, virtual tools and educational programs in the different in the international center and also in the Remida, and online video exchanges, not only with the educators, but children in the same time. So they can improve their study development. And in the last, today is 29th of September, the day of establishment of foundation. So happy birthday to Foundation of Roberto and Emilia. Thank you. Yeah, also I'm really thank you, which you came here.
Yeah. So I would give you the opportunity if you want to add some comments on your side, or before we do final round of questions to Mariet.
Thank you, Mariet. I just would like to share a few comments. We are very happy to be here with you, and it was an interesting opportunity that you decided to spend some time with us in Reggio Emilia. We had the opportunity to listen to your questions and comments, and I would say they were useful also to us, as we have been within our organization for more than 20 years, and of course we have evolved along these years, but still seeing and listening to an external point of view was very useful for us. And we also appreciate the suggestions or advice that you are sharing in this proposal, which we don't know what we can do right now with all your suggestions, especially the part of use of new technologies, which I think you agree also we will need also to be more in tune with the need of participants and more in direct contact with them. We will see. For now, we can appreciate really the work, and also we are very grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with you and with your organization.
It was also my pleasure. You gave me all the information I needed, and because you were always happy and immediately.
First one, just to follow in your opinion, what would be the first step in Instagram to implement a really good solution? Because we've seen everything going very, very in-depth work to propose a solution. And in my opinion, the thing that's lacking at this moment is the business plan. Just to give us some more information, because it is a real opportunity, developing a real activity, so some opportunities that can do this. And what is your opinion in terms of what you want to do in terms of possible implementation? If the children or should have children, what would be your second?
I will start with creating and one after doing business part, which is first I will try to find out the economical issues.
What in your opinion, what is the key point in the possible business strategy?
In this strategy, the economical part will be trying to find out what kind of materials which they are submitting, which is not really necessary, and we can reduce that, and what is the important point of their service, and try to balance this needs. And then if they with this platform and changing their organization, what if they can improve and add their participants and quality of the study groups, and like bring more study groups with quality, as they are providing educational quality. So by bringing more study groups, it is showing more income. So, and if they can balance, for me in this case, the quality has the higher level as graduate with this approach to being high quality.
I think it's really interesting this idea. So, and I think it's a good approach that they also follow to think about all the service experience. I mean, the pre-experience, the during and post experience. So before people arrive there, when what they do or what they receive when they leave the experience in Reggio and after. So I think that this idea to create this journey that starts before arriving there and ends after the people with the children. I think it's very interesting that you showed us. Of course, for a need to be discussed, and maybe a hierarchy is needed, you know? So to select the main activities, the main tools, the main objects, the main area of interest that you are think, and then develop step by step the other parts. So I think that this that Stefano also was saying is interesting. So I found this idea about attention, about every step, about the user experience is interesting. Of course, it's a way to add value now for the normal experience that people can do.
So I think during all these 20 years since 1994, which started, Reggio always wanted to improve their quality of their courses and information which they are giving to the educators and then. But now it's the time to move, because they arrive to align for the study groups, for the as is research and information, these materials, it's okay. Just as a providing the service, if there is necessity of being more update. So in my idea, it's more traditional now. So they need to improve, and with this improvement, they will have more information in the same time, all the parts, and and also they will have the numbers, the whole information which they have. They are hosting all their. I saw that there is a lot of changes and services which they are providing, but for this special part, they have to improve their service.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I knew would have been mainly in Reggio for other researchers to play as it's interesting to see it back here presented. From a service design perspective, I do agree with what Stefano and Patricia said already. I think a lot of information, you could have condensed them, being more and going straight to the point to find that the model that they're offering and the educational and exchange sort of service for educators that they're creating, those opportunities. This picture demonstrates it actually works. Lots of people are interested in it. Could be scaled up, could be replicated in many ways. You could have got straight to the before and after of the service, which I think is what, if I give you 30,000 euro now, where you're going to use somehow question. I think what is happening around before and after and beyond the sort of studies is what needs to be more work. And I don't know how the output of each study visit is created, whether there is a video documentary, whether there is a publication, whether there is, I'm sure that there will be some sort of outputs that I was trying to gather here as well.
From Reggio children.
Yeah.
Okay, and for the study groups, they Reggio children sometimes is doing some photos and some data they are collecting, but not exactly lots of documentation.
Because the problem I see with any annual or even biannual sort of events, that you try to bring in, of course you try to bring different people, but then you get the usual suspects sort of people that come back because they are really part of the circle, and what you get every year is what you spoke about last year, plus the delta, which is what has been done in the past 12 months or in the past 6 months, you know. But some new knowledge can be generated, and I think it is generated throughout the workshops and the discussions at the event. How this new knowledge is packaged and made into let me say a product or a video or a way to pass it on to other people. That's what I think is missing. So if that was my bad,
my problem that there is no kind of documentation. I cannot say zero, but not a very good package of documentation.
Sure, but even if you document, what do you do with what you document? It's how do you edit? So after the editorial line on how you communicate the results of this year.
Okay, what I missed in my packings, it was in the plan put the option of forum, which people after journey they can add and connect to the forum and exchange their researches, their questions, as they are doing with Facebook, but it's not really directed to the study groups. It's general educational point. So they can exchange their researches and questions and their all opportunities. So in the future, they can use this research as a like like a match. I don't know. Okay. So they can, everyone can send researches and they can create events and. But through this forum, which they are all connect all. They don't know each other at all. Maybe most of the time.
Yeah, I mean that's the risk. I mean you got a great opportunity to add in lots of people into the same place for some days, and I think as in many other conventions, forums, conferences, I know that there is the online forum and sharing research, blah blah blah. But what happened there is actually quite special. I mean the intensity of that experience is what you need to capture in those days, and if you want to create something meaningful. As the sort of doing not talking sort of approach. Actually, if you can make something happen in those days, it's something that I believe less in ongoing online engagement. Yes, it can happen, but it's nothing compared to the massive energy that it gets generated in those days. So it's like, how do you get that from the offline amazing engagement, demonstrate through energy, through the online with software and
I mean, I think that these start points can start when they are inside of the network, like creating different research points and giving value and some important point when they lot of that. Yeah, it's kind of game or
treasure hunt. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have like 7 words in the entire presentation.
You close the door.
No.
No? Okay, cool. So, start my presentation. So the journey with my thesis really started back in 2011. At that point, in 2011, my father got diagnosed with cancer. And I see a man who had such a strong food culture really get reduced to having such a huge disconnection with food itself. And especially seeing him in the hospital environment, I just saw that really this can be augmented when you actually saw the food, and I guess in a sense the disrespect to the food that the hospital often has. And so it kind of inspired me to work within this sector, within healthcare and food, or something. And this journey in 2013 brought me to here, Thesis, which is an Rafael hospital in Milan. It's a separate entity in Sara. They're working on their own projects. And one of the projects they told me that kind of they asked for me to work on was a totem for children. It was a nutritional educational object. It was one when they're in the pediatric ward and play with in order to pass the time, but also learn basic things about nutrition. And so working with them, we kind of defined a brief to kind of look at building a nutritional educational service inside the pediatric ward. So taking it from what was an object to an actual full service. In the context that we're working in, this one, the changing trends and habits towards children and nutrition. Right now, they're kind of abandoning, in a sense, the Mediterranean diet that sustained Italy for so many years. And now has been kind of shifting towards a much more processed food diet. And in consequence, augmenting the amount of illnesses like obesity, and making illnesses that already do exist, like childhood diabetes, much more complicated to manage. And so for this project, I decided to take a stakeholder-centered approach. And what that means is I didn't give any one stakeholder more importance than the other. I tried to find a model that would look at each of the stakeholders' individual needs and try to find something that worked for everyone. Yeah. And so for the secondary research, as part of my project, I really want to delve into the mind of the child in terms of how they learn, how they eat food, but most importantly, how all these things work within the actual hospital context. My primary research brought me to the hospital itself in San Rafael, where I was able to interview nutritionists, nurse, staff, psychologists, in order to better understand what the food system at San Rafael works and how it works, and what are the opportunities that we could have to build something for everyone. And so this research brought me to a number of key findings. The first, many nutrition initiatives don't speak kid. What does that mean? Well, kids have a specific language. You don't understand, let's say, like adults. But it goes more towards, it's less about talking in simplistic terms and more about how we learn. And kids ultimately, in studies over and over again include this, kids learn through play. What that means is that they learn through the interactions of playing games, of having fun, of doing. And through those interactions, they have a tacit implicit learning that comes through. Own mental models. They don't understand food the way the way we wish they would understand food. They don't understand things like macronutrients or a balanced diet. They understand everyday food and sometimes foods. And so all this kind of comes into play when you're looking into what is the traditional way of teaching nutrition, the all too common pyramid, which often is a kind of a top-down approach, which doesn't necessarily engage how children speak, how children think. There is, however, one industry that's very, very good at speaking big, and that, of course, is the food process industry. And so these guys are amazing at it in terms of games, in terms of promotional content in movies, and in terms of packaging. They understand how to speak the language of kids, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on the parents, who often have very little support in terms of fighting back against what is often a constant barrage of advertising. And so this leads to key finding number 2. What are some of the nutritional education initiatives that have actually been proven to work? And as a forefront to this, also taking into account that as much as these nutrition educational initiatives are centered around the school, food culture is as much about the home as it is about what you learn in school. So initially, any of these initiatives have to come back and impact the home culture as well. And so one of the first ones was one that happened in Oregon, Be a Fit Kid. And this one worked really well. It was a 10-week initiative. And it didn't just give them one thing to do, it gave them many things to do. We had lessons with the kids and the parents. You had physical activities, you had food tastings, you had all these things that happen on a constant basis over 10 weeks. And because of that, ultimately you had a situation where after 10 weeks, you had huge behavioral change. Kids started eating markedly less processed foods and started eating a lot more healthy foods. Another really interesting initiative out of Milan is Siamo Tutti Cuochi, which is a workshop which involves kids and their parents. So the kids come in, they learn how to cook, and then the parents are taken aside and they learn about healthy nutritional habits in the home. And so because of that, you have a situation where kids are cooking a meal for their parents, they all come together at the end, and the kid has often this really huge sense of achievement and understanding of the impact that food has in the home. The last one I'm going to talk about is as well called Poteri de Superhero. That is one, it's a kind of a 3-week workshop where kids are coming in and we give them a basic nutritional education. They ask the kids to draw their own superhero, and ultimately they give them food challenges. And it's a really amazing initiative because what happened is you had kids coming into the cafeteria and asking for fruit because they want to complete their superhero challenge. And it's amazing too because this one also plays with the idea of the avatar. Kids won't do anything for their future selves, which means that if you tell a kid to eat broccoli because it might make them strong, it's not going to make them strong right away. And so they're not going to really believe it. But if you tell them to eat broccoli because it might make their superhero stronger, it might have an emotional impact towards actually wanting to fulfill that. The third key finding. The hospital is a stressful place, which is kind of common. Obviously, we all know that. But really to understand why a bit better. And one of the main points is that the anxiety that a kid has in a hospital is huge because there's such a disconnection between this familiar life and the hospital life. It creates an anxiety, it creates a scared, a fear, and it creates a sense of vulnerability throughout. The hospital is also an extremely manual place. Often, if you go into a hospital, you'd be scared how much there's zero ICT infrastructure in the hospital. In the meal ordering process especially, there is literally zero ICT process inside the hospital. There's maybe an Excel form that they fill out once in a while. And so what happens is a parent will come in and they'll get logged in all the information on a physical agenda. Then they, as a parent, have to choose one of the meal options amongst this extremely illustrative guide. So often what you have is you have parents trying to guess what is actually in the food. And then you have a situation where so much time is taken kind of going through these sheets, making sure that the parents fill them out properly. And ultimately what this leads to is an incredible amount of failure. And this takes up a lot of time, at least a few hours a day of the head nurse's job. So you can imagine how much responsibilities he has and how much time this actually takes up. And so what this creates is a situation of stress even on the worker. Who often have a lack of resources. They can create a meal plan for the patients and their kids to they don't have necessarily a nutritional education program as part of the hospital that they can give them. And so there's also a lack of, let's say, kid resources that they have at their disposal. This, of course, leads to the parent who's feeling powerless at this point, who wants agency, who wants more control, but inside the hospital environment kind of feels like that control is taken away. And when you add food to the mix, it becomes all that more kind of complicated. And what happens is you have a child that's anxious. That anxiety builds onto the parent. You have an overworked kind of staff situation because of the lack of failure demand that ultimately will make mistakes. And those mistakes will come back onto the parent who's feeling extremely frustrated, who has no feedback to kind of outlet their frustration and takes it out on the patient. And this creates an extremely negative feedback loop. And when taken into the larger context of things, changing diets in Italy will mean there's going to be a lot more parents and a lot more kids that are going to be in that exact same situation. And so this led to a series of donuts that I kind of created in order to try to find out what are the individual needs of each of these actors. Let's say the patient will want that need to play inside the hospital in order to feel a sense of comfort in the hospital can make a big difference for a child. For the parent, obviously that amount of feedback and agency. For the staff, being able to work better is another key imperative. And of course, for the nutritionists, having more resources that they can use at their disposal. And so this got distilled down to a set of that the nutritional educational service can actually be implemented in order to help kind of the hospital, a lot of the problems that are within the hospital food system itself. So the ideas of having nutritional resources that they can use to save time, a visual meal ordering system, new activities, and of course, digitizing that, having data on meals. Right now, the nutritionist makes a meal every year with a hospital caterer, Cirrus, really based on passive knowledge, things that they see on a daily basis and really kind of on their expertise. And so right now, they don't have any kind of data in order to influence what future meals are going to look like. And so the service. And so the service vision I decided to build on top of that was this one. To give sick kids a chance to play, have fun, learn about how taking better care of their lives through food can make them feel superpowered. And that's the idea I wanted. I wanted this to be a sense of empowerment. And this kind of vision gave birth to Food Hero. Food Hero is imagined to be part of the hospital. It doesn't look at the hospital as a place where sick kids go to get better. It looks at the hospital as a catalyst for change. That if kids enter the hospital, at least the hospital can provide a service that can actually act as a catalyst to change in order to really propagate it out into their daily lives. And so Food Hero has two main offerings. The primary offering, having a fun educational platform for kids inside the hospital to learn, and a secondary offering, which are resources for staff and nutritionists, which kind of solve the two main core problems that I had found. The main people that would use the service, at least on the non-back-end side, would be child patients between 6 to 10. So really looking at that age gap, because the age really does matter when you're talking about kids and design. And then parents who are 30 to 50. And I guess the macro way that Food Hero works is really in a sense, first to kind of ask to create their own food hero, a character that try to follow them throughout the experience of the service. They would order the meals, they would play, they would have games, they would read and learn, and then that experience of everything they had would follow them back into the home. And it does try to be as systemic as possible in the sense that it really looks at touch points that target each of the individual problems that we had highlighted before. And so what are some of the touch points? The first touch point I'm going to talk about is mealtime. So we kind of I already showed you that beautiful sheet that they give to parents. And really the idea is to try to visualize it, to try to make it more engaging, but also for the children themselves. And so you have a situation where you can have an app, a mealtime app that they can access with their smartphone. They can create their own superhero, name them, log into put in their account information. And from there, really kind of follow through on a full meal ordering process. There's a gamified elements like a food power bar. They can start to see information about the food itself. One of the biggest things is often meals come to them and they don't know what was in it because it was such a vague kind kind of description in the beginning, and that's where a lot of the frustration comes in. They receive power tips that can be as they're using the app in order to inform about nutrition. And this really becomes a thing that it's easy for the parents to use, but along the side, there are different elements like the kind of food power bars that kind of show how, in a visual way for the kids, they can have a balanced meal diet. And so this kind of goes over how they work. And the kind of the second touch points after using the app is really a food hero tray that kind of have different activities in order to tie the experience they have with the app back into the food that's coming to them, and of course the ability to get feedback on the food, so that the parents aren't a way or outlet to and kind of or there's no way or outlet in order to talk about their experience. And so this is an example of what the tray might look like. And of course, as much as we're a kind of digitized system to make the processes work better, but of course have all this data on something like an API in order to influence future meal plans, and also maybe get developers to create apps around the meal system. The second touch point is an augmented reality game totem. Now I brought back with two key additions. See, the totem that was there before, even though it was state of the art, was quite boring for kids. See, any kid with a smartphone had games that looked better than the game that was on that totem. And so often kids were kind of let down in a sense. And so the idea is to try to create an experience that's a bit different than the average one that they could have with their smartphone. And the way you do that is really with augmented reality. And so you can have games with physical game pieces of different fruits and vegetables that can interact with the screen, interact with the game, unlock points, and of course all through the experience of actually physically moving and exploring and having to find these to learn about things like seasonality and gardening. And I mean, two examples of the games that can be on the system is something like a cooking challenge, which is a much more open, exploratory type of game that can teach things like seasonality throughout. And the second thing is kind of a food scanner, so a much more exploratory game where you kind of might be scanning a thing like a tomato and seeing from seed to plant how exactly it works. Food laboratory. So the idea is also to create a social experience within the hospital as well amongst the patients. So the laboratory is meant to be done and facilitated by anyone really, but especially the volunteers, to have a guide that they can read, that they can learn how to facilitate this workshop, and ultimately how to different nutritional facts. This is an example of how it might look. Okay, so you have Saga, which is nutritional storybooks, in order to target the idea of not having kid-centered resources, so kind of comic books that would actually explain things like general nutrition. And you can have this all organized under a play zone, which is a space that can house all these things in one space. And then the final touch point is kind of challenges in order to make the parent a superhero. And so they would receive an email every 2 weeks. They could pick a recipe and cook it with their child. Then ultimately, as kind of a final touch point and a circular one, to share it on the Facebook page. It's a hero newsletter that you see, the hero that you created, kind of telling you a challenge and recipes in order to complete it. And the communication, which actually kind of pushes this idea of superhero-ness to explore a universe of food. So why Food Hero? Creates a sense of escape for children. Parents have support. Nutrition has kid-centered resources. Sirius has data that they can use. Nurses have a reduced workload burden, and Iris has a sort of scalable service. In the old system app, you can start to see huge kind of pressures on both the nutrition and the hospital staff as they're trying to manage the system almost by themselves. And now in the new system app, you see kind of the administrator paying Iris, which is a service provider of Food Hero, and Food Hero work for these two actors. There's a general kind of ease of work burden, but also the parents and the children actually have more educational resources as well. For the actual implementation, Food Hero would roll out as a different type of a service with different types of packages, depending on the types of hospitals and what their individual needs are. The business model would be a product feature dependent lease model. And what that means is that each each month the hospital would pay to lease depending on the products that they decide to choose and the packages they decide to choose. For the quick break-even point, an investment of 56,000 euros with a recurring cost of 1,700 a month and a one-time fixed cost of 5,300 for each installation in the hospital. With yearly revenues based off the complete package of about 17,000, you can reach a break-even point if 3 hospitals signed up for the service over a span of 3 years, which is a pretty sustainable service when you factor in the fact that the market size, you start to look at, let's say, at least 33 hospitals in Milan alone and 1,200 within Italy, accounting the kind of international market. Initial funding can come from any of these sources, like Iris, San Rafael investing into the service, but also European grants. And we have a number of key partners that can actually actualize the service. Sports with augmented reality games. San Rafael is an incubation investment partner. And Paco, the people that originally developed the first kind of service that really inspired this one in terms of kind of a design partner. Development roadmap, we look at taking the easier services and implementing them first, looking at some of the harder ones like the AR totem and meal time to have them implemented for September, and then looking at really kind of scaling within Milan, Italy in 2016, and then internationally in 2017, 2018. And did some initial feedback with the stakeholders, and their feedback. They really loved the integration and the aftercare experience that this service offered, and they really loved the fact that that everything was kind of all together. One of the things they wanted to improve, however, was the flexibility. They wanted to make sure that the system itself was flexible for all the different case studies that can happen, but also that there was involvement of, they also suggested the involvement of older ages outside of 10 years old, so the teens as well. I guess to end, some key learnings that I had about working in design and healthcare, if you ever have the experience of it. Some of the key learnings I had was to find your Trojan horses, so find the people within the hospital space that are going to really help you implement whatever you're going to do. I mean, hospitals are extremely political. I had this experience. I couldn't really even interview the final user inside the pediatric zone because of the head of the pediatric ward didn't want to. And well, this is depending on the healthcare environment you enter in. So it's really important to find the Trojan horses that are really going to help you implement or at least find out more information about possible solutions in the healthcare space. You have to create value for all. One of the important things about healthcare is you can't create something that's patient-centered and that just adds more work to the staff. You have to create something that also helps the burden of each and every actor that you're involving into the service. And last but not least, you have to have fun. The idea is kind of, this is a head nurse with the auxiliaries, but you have to have fun. Even for you as personally as a designer, you have to try to have fun and keep a light spirit during the experience of working in healthcare. Because it can be tough. Some of the people you work with cannot be there in a few months. And so so whatever process that you end up adopting, you really have to do it from a very kind of lighthearted perspective, or it could become way too much for you. That's it.
Thank you very much for the impressive complete work. And my question is not a question, but a what was, if you have already discussed with them, the impact of your solution within the IRIS?
So IRIS is an interesting institution because I think it's one under transition. I think it's one that for a long time operated under the guise of having to have European projects come in for them to actually work on something. And now they're trying to change it around to have a venture model. And so I think the impact of this, if it has any, is the idea that you can create something for the hospital space, and that you can collaborate with the hospital space to create a venture. And right now, that's not happening in this institution. Right now, they're not creating ventures with the fact that they're not fit for the hospital. It's almost as if they're two separate institutions. And so the impact I hope it has is, I think, the realization that with enough effort, with enough, I think, push and resolve, that they can actually start to create ventures that are incubated within the hospital that then can create an impact and scale on a national and international level.
No, thank you very much. I agree with Stefano. It was really impressive to see as well. We've been building on concepts and you've been adding value from your own, experience. And as you say, yeah, it's really interesting how places like Rafael and Iris could become really the sort of base regulation and in order to spin off solution that will go elsewhere. Although I'm aware that even within Iris, it's hard to come in with groundbreaking ideas and suggesting very creative sort of solution. How did you manage to get the sort of comic book, the food hero, the fun, and a bit of design to get across their style into the last recommendation, like Trojan Horse, horses, and getting to create value for everybody and never forget to have fun? How could we package those for other people? I know that like Deborah Zebego, founder of she started in a hospital volunteering, and then 6 months later she's like, "You're gonna hire me?" Like, there's no room for designers in hospitals. So that's what I'm trying to say. Well, how can you get this your experience, help other designers to step into other difficult structures, institutions such as hospitals, and do the same process going through similar journey?
Yeah, I think it's so. I guess to answer the last point, it's something that you have to have a resolve for. I think it's something that you really know you're going to have to go head front against the system. I got pretty lucky because I had people within the organization that already had quite a few contacts that were able, with an email, to set me up with an interview. So I didn't necessarily need to break in as much as other people had. Irish is, I think, a very unique type of institution. It's more unique than I think they even realize that they are. In the sense that, yeah, design in the hospital is quite foreign at this point. However, I hope I can inspire other designers to do this. I think the projects and that they can be possible and that that they should exist. Yeah, I think it's just communication. I think it's just writing. I think it's just trying to talk about our experiences. But more than that, I think it's trying to. It's my resolve also as service designers that the conversation's been about business, customer experience for a bit too long. I think it's time for service designers to realize that for the first time in generation, probably since the Bauhaus, that the first designers are really coming in, and that they can be thrown into situations like public policy, and unlike perhaps even other designers of the past, adapt very fast and use this type of process in order to implement a vision. And so I think it's a combination of the two. In Iris, I really hope that this type of shift is also happening within the organization. It has operated under an expert methodology in the sense that like it's the experts who come up with the idea and give them to the users. And the hope now is that even with the living lab that's been set up there in the past couple of years, that shift comes and that they realize that they have a resource for patients, resource, I think, really huge social ventures with an impact, but social ventures that solve the type of problems that can also be profitable.
I add to that is you haven't spoke a lot about well, you spoke a bit about the co-creation stuff, about the opportunity for co-delivery or co-production of the service in terms of how much users and other people can actually play a role within the service.
It's vital. I mean, if you have you can have parents and kids involved in every step of the way, you need to take it because it's so rare. They care more about the privacy of the kids than the actual food, and almost I feel like the care that they're giving you. Because if you ever try to talk it, interview a kid, there's such a bureaucratic ethics approach in order to reaching them that it's just interesting that so much care is taken into making sure that the kid has his privacy fulfilled, that you can't actually come into type of solutions to make sure that all his other needs are actually fulfilled as well. So if I could have, I would have embraced it with the most open heart. And it was really that wall that I think is the most frustrating part of it. I had to try to construct the needs of the kids through the interviews of the different stakeholders, and through secondary, able to actually do this type of research in different places. But I think it's vital. I think at any point in the process, you need to try to introduce them. You need to get into play tests. You need to do co-creative sessions. We actually get kids to come up with ideas themselves. And in a service like this, I mean, it's like the service like this is still a gamble, which is important. But I mean, it works well. It sounds great. It sounds fantastic, but it's still at this point a gamble because it didn't necessarily have the type of access I needed to the patients.
So very next, so in few words, think about think about our pilot.
Yeah.
Like real prototype.
Minimal viable service.
Exactly. What are in your opinions the main steps and the competencies that you need to kickstart a pilot?
Yeah. So a pilot like this is really doing the easy things first to see if there's an issue. The easiest steps is the saga, which are the books, and the newsletter, which are the weekly newsletters. It's seeing people embrace the content, and then using that learning in order to kind of branch out into more intensive ones.
And why? Why do you think that these are the first steps?
Because they're the easiest. And this is an important thing: is that setting up an ICT system in a hospital is extremely difficult. And so it's important that through the process of something like a newsletter or validating something through like even nutritional educational books, you can find out learnings that can actually feed into the actual, let's say, ICT process. And that would be, and then validation, really going through, seeing if people appreciate it, talking to each of the stakeholders. I mean, they don't have the time to co-create, so it's impossible to get them in a room and to talk, but you can give them a vision and ask them for their things, similar to what I did with the feedback session, and then kind of go from there. It's hard. It's not easy. It's kind of the New York of service design spaces. If you can work in healthcare, you can work
Yes. I think it's really important to work on this topic. Great. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah.
I'm saying hi to my dad. And to my aunt and people that I love during
And the millions of Chileans have tuned in.
In Chile it's 5 hours less. So,
¿Y qué lo pongo abajo? ¿Ya? Sí.
Ciao, sono Gabriella.
Ciao. Buon pomeriggio. It's up to you about my service. It's called Destino Chile.
that more than a trip, it's a life experience. So, what is Destino Chile? Destino Chile is a service to attract Italian tourists to Chile. How? By putting Chile in the Italian traveler's map. Our problem is that Chile is a far and less known destination. So, Chile is not a neighborhood that Italians, because you have a lot of options, you have low trains, you have roads. Also, there's not an option about Chile here, and it's 14 hours flight to come. I know. So let's do some research. Only 0.84% of the trips of the Italians abroad are to Chile. So that's a really tiny number. They prefer, in South America, they prefer to go to Brazil and also Argentina. And before that, so what bring Chile closer? Not yet at least. We can convince the airlines to do more like low-cost flights or shorter flights, not available yet, that technology. So we can do more promotion. But before that, we need to know what the Italians think about Chile. So, some Italians that already been in Chile, they didn't expect that Chile was a kind of a European culture. They really expect like really natives. And they thought that it was a really not a secure country to be. They used to have more. They have more information about Brazil and Argentina. Chile didn't really exist on the map. Some of them also said that they got surprised about the level of the organization. That is really a technological country. In fact, cell phones got to Chile first, then to Italy. But Chile was less civilized. They think that compared to other Latin American countries, the lifestyle is more a European lifestyle. The other countries, and they didn't know that Chile has so many variety climates and natural landscapes. Because you see, Chile is a bit long, so we have desert, we have Antarctica, we have islands, we have coast, a lot. So, what is the solution? To create awareness, to plant the seed, and show Chileans' wonders and uniqueness to get people to want to go there. So how? With a service. Destino Chile, it's my service. Destino Chile is a unique travel experience. It's a service that offers tourist experience through a platform. So you will have the opportunity to do a virtual trip on Chile, and also to plan your trip. You can do a customized trip or a fixed one. So what Italians expect? Just another Latin American country, a bit messy, uncivilized, the same food, etc. And we're gonna offer them a fun and engaging experience to unwrap the Chilean essence. Destino Chile is a customized trip planning that will give you 5 different topics or thematical options, and you will have a tourist advisor or a travel angel that will join you on the trip and this adventure. So, this is our curator, Marcela Perez. She's 30 years old, Chilean. She speaks Italian, and She's gonna tell us now what is Destino Chile.
Conoscere il mio paese attraverso Destino Cile. Destino Cile è un servizio turistico che invita i viaggiatori italiani a conoscere il Cile da un'ottica unica e indimenticabile attraverso 5 itinerari diversi: astronomia, enoturismo, Patagonia Trek, surf e vita rurale. Ogni itinerario vi aprirà le porte alla realtà locale, artigianato, ristorazione, agriturismi e molto di più. La vostra guida turistica diventerà il vostro angelo di viaggio. Al vostro arrivo in aeroporto riceverete dal vostro angelo di viaggio un kit di benvenuto, dove troverete mappe, coupon di sconti, accenni alla storia locale, mitologie, leggende, facendo diventare questo viaggio un'avventura vera e unica, dall'inizio alla fine, attraverso l'essenza del Cile. Se invece sei un viaggiatore a cui piace organizzare i propri tempi, il Cile ti dà una mano. La pianificazione dei tuoi percorsi sarà seguita da un consulente autoctono che ti consiglierà il miglior luogo tradizionale dove dormire, mangiare e acquistare, al miglior rapporto tra qualità e prezzo, che solo una persona locale può conoscere. Te esperamos.
Bene, controllare.
Okay, so the offer, how does it first, and how also Marcel does. There's some fixed routes and some customized routes. We have astronomy. The 5 customer topics are astronomy, that it will get you, the circuit begins on the 2nd region of Chile, the region of Atacama, to the 4th region of Coquimbo, and you will go through the desert of Atacama. Chile has one of the most clear and great sky scene for the astronomy. So it's a wonderful opportunity. Then you have Patagonia Trek, that it will be the southernmost trekking path, and you will be immersed in a territory that is the size of Britain, but you have like 1 inhabitant per square kilometer. So it's amazing. Then you have the rural, that we call it the heart of Chile, because it will take you to the regions of the center south of Chile, including one of the biggest islands in Chile, Chiloé, where you will have the contact with the people, rural people, native people, and you will be able to get to know the history, the legends, and the mythology, and etc. Then the surf, that it will come from the 1st region to the central south of there, all over the coast, where the quality waves and amazing landscapes that are ideal for this kind of sports. And the wine, that will come from the valley of Aconcagua to the region of Biobío, where you have the oldest story of vineyards in Chile. And here is where in the map, so you can see which route is in which part of Chile. The actor's map. So we have the local producers, the food and hospitality from each place, the expert, the transportation service. We have our customers that we divided in three: the fast travelers, the medium travelers, and the slow travelers. The fast travelers will be more focused on young people that are finishing university or are just start working and they want to go backpacking and go some sports. Then the medium travelers that a small family or marriage that doesn't have kids or doesn't travel with kids, that on a budget. And the slow travelers that are people that are available to travel for longer amounts of times, and mostly people that are retired already. So the customer journey will start from the moment that the awareness part, when the people get to know that this service exists. They go to visit the platform. They choose a topic that they want to visit. They select the format if they want a fixed trip or they want to do a customized trip. Then they book the flight and then they arrive to the destination. They get together with the travel agency, the travel agent, excuse me. And I'm mixing languages, I'm sorry, but this speaking Spanish, Italian, and English in the same day, it's a bit confusing. Well, then the travel experience, when they got from the airport to the beginning of the path, the experience of the path, and then going back and do some feedback, write some reviews on the platform, etc. Our touch points. So the first touch point will be the logo, that's Destino Chile. Destino means destiny in Spanish and in Italian. So the main destiny will be in Chile, experience this. Also, Destino in Chile is so in Spanish. The landmark, that means that you want to visit this place, and the color that symbolizes like the earth and the energy. And of course the Chilean map. It's so cute. The website that will be in Italian because this service is focused in Italian. That's why also the video was in Italian. That it will also have the option to live in English. The app and the mobile website. That will take you from the airport to the beginning of the path. The welcome kit. The social media websites and advertising. The certification of the travel angel and the curator. The QR codes that will give you some tips of each place that you will visit. Then the business model, how it will work. So we have the fixed package that you will have 3 options: 7 days, 14 days, and 21 days. Why not a month? Because we're trying to get people from that are already visiting other countries like Brazil, Peru, Argentina. Because we know that if you're gonna spend money to go to South America, you're not gonna go only to Chile. You will be, I mean, it's a long trip, so you should take advantage of it. And then the customized trip that you suggest the places, you choose a topic and then you suggest the activities that you want to do. The curator will send you the planification of your trip, you approve that, and then you pay. So what's next? The world. Take the world to Chile.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is about what would be your opinion in match this between the Chilean culture and the Italian culture. So because I think that it's not only a matter of presentation, of give value to what Chilean touristic offer is already doing, but more than discover something that connect Chilean culture, Chilean type of offer to Italian sensibilities about the idea of an Italian nature, or having a food experience there. Yes, just what could be the contact?
I think that first point that here in Italy there's a big cultural point. In Chile it's growing. It could be an attractive point for Italians to see how the wine developing in Chile. Also, I think that the landscapes, because the variety of landscapes that Chile has, it's something that it impresses Europeans in general. Also, the thing that here now in Chile is spring and here is autumn, so you have the opposite seasons. So you can also, if you want to go to do winter sports, you can go in summer here and so that kind of I think attractive.
Did you think about connecting packages also something that could be more oriented to
Yes.
possibility of doing things, for example, in wine?
Yes,
Yeah.
the idea, I didn't say that the idea is that the service connects you to mainly entrepreneurs and local people. We want to enhance all that knowledge and the products that are from the people in each small places. It's not the idea that the Italians go to Santiago or to Valparaiso are the main points. We want them to go to other places, to the unknown so they can also make a difference in the economy of the place.
Thank you, Susana. So as I told you when we met, I think that you really improved your skills and your service design skill. It's a pleasure for us to see such results because I think that you really did a great job, no? And I mean, you also did a good journey in this year. So this is a general comment about the service. I think that the service is really clear. So it's really focused and it's really clear on. It's really clear about the offering, how it can be developed, and it's clear the strategy. I mean, because it's important in your case to set up a strategy in order to involve people, involve policymakers, involve local businesses, involve local communities, users, and so on. So you need a strategy to create this network. So you have to set up the network and then start up the service. And I think that you have in mind this process. If I can share with you a weak point in this so mainly in the communication, I think that starting from the idea, you could work more on the language. So I mean, in the communication, in the language, also the video used, it's really similar to other billion services that already exist. It's like to have a deja vu, something that, okay, I already knew about that. So my concern or So in the future, if you think about the real development, a pilot or something, it's real. So think about the language, how create your language, how create the Destino Chile language that is different from what already exists. Otherwise, it seems like a drop in the ocean. No? You have to defend the strategy to recognize the drop in the ocean.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we all want to go now. I think you can play a lot to what you were saying before and talking about the service itself. Play more with what people don't know about you. Telling people not very little about it. This could be a problem, but this could be the opportunity. Unknown Chile. So I'm not saying that you can be more playful in communicating things about saying we got dragons and stuff like this. You can surely say a lot of things that people won't know about it. So you trigger the certain curiosity for Italian people to go and discover and find out. Like, I'm not saying to say false news or stuff, statistics and stuff, but play a lot with it because it will immediately trigger the attention. Really, Chile's got this thing, like go and find out about it. And I had two experiences actually of two. One is my aunt. She's a doctor. She's been in Chile because she's been part of Doctors Without Borders. So she's been there for 1 month volunteering and working in, staying all around in small villages, of course, not in the big cities. So not completely touristic side, but she showed me the pictures of the unknown beauties and another lady. She's in her which is like a group of organized travelers, and what they do, they have destination every time. So what I'm saying is there is a B2B opportunity there for your idea to be sold directly to the sort of groups of people who go and they got their own. They go. They take like 50 people every time. They don't go like 1, 2, 3 people because that would be business-wise actually to go and pick up one by one the travelers. But what I'm suggesting there is like why to go to Chile, not just to explore, of course, for work, to learn, and to do a couple of other things. So that could be an interesting things to match your 5 itineraries, which are mostly about leisure and lifestyle and enjoying Chile for its characteristic, to do something else, which is learning Spanish, cooking something, traditions, detox from city environments. You know, you could package in other ways as well, like combines elements. And I can see as well, I mean, we work on the Pistoia sort of touristic destination, and we're looking at Tuscany, and I can see South America to be Tuscany in this case, and to have so many attractions, and Pistoia to be is like, hey, wait a minute, how can we bring people there? So I can see you being picking a lot on the sort of experiential and relational levels of tourism, which I think is the biggest trends of where tourism is going. So that's where I see your personal journey, learning journey, picking up some of those insights from that project and transfer into your thesis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're all going to see it. What is it going to happen?
The service means that we all stay at your house.
Of course.
That's the service. That's a fifth service. It's like your mom is like
Why don't you just, because it's not loading.
It's not loading yet.
No, it's not connecting on. So, good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the story. The study is a service that aims to engage students outside the classroom via gamification. Now, we all have this experience. Exams, it's listening to the teacher, it's the teacher knows best. It's studying, memorizing, sometimes not truly understanding. Why do we have this education? Well, historically it started out by being the Greek and Roman ideal of the citizen. The person that spends his entire life studying. He's a scholar. Then evolved into the goal of ensuring that the citizens are educated. They know the rules. They stick to the rules and they don't question the rules. Luckily, it started to change. And it became more about the critical spirit, the awakening of it, finding out the situation, analyzing it, and being able to learn from it and interpret it. But now it's coming into an entirely different perspective. It's the perspective of creativity. Maintaining the capacity to learn throughout your life, the willingness to learn new things, the willingness to see that what you have learned has changed, accept that, and move along accordingly. So in order to do this, it has to become a partnership between teacher and student. The student is no longer an empty vessel that the teacher fills with its knowledge. The student now is taking control of his own education. It is connected to real life. And the whole purpose of it is that the student now creates the path of his education. The teacher is an advisor, he's a guide. So how is this partnership being built? Well, one of the ways it's being built is through blended learning, which is the seamless integration of online and offline learning methods. This can be formal, this can be informal. The types of blended learning that we have are the flipped classroom, where the teacher prepares the subject in advance. He gives it to the students in advance. The students study it at home, kind of like the pre-homework. And then when they go to the classroom, that's when they discuss the subject. So there's this whole entire partnership, this collaboration between teacher and student. The e-learning, which we've all done most likely, learning a subject through internet. Mobile learning, which is kind of like a different focus from the e-learning. You basically have it on your iPad, the lessons on your iPhone. Yeah, that's not great. I went 5 minutes. And networked learning, which basically, which basically is peer learning. So you have a group of colleagues, a group of friends. You each study the subject and you communicate with each other, you collaborate, you teach each other, and you build from each other's experiences. So just to sum up very quickly, nowadays education is becoming about freedom of choice. It's becoming about relevance. It's becoming about real life experience and real-time feedback. So just a little quote, young people today want a more personalized learning experience where they are active participants and collaborators with their teachers and their peers. So how can we increase the students' engagement and curiosity outside the classroom? This is all happening inside the classroom, but outside, what's happening? The students, they're
go into the classroom, they take the lectures, even with all of this, and then they go home. They do the homework and they're done. So how can we get them to do a little bit more outside the classroom? Well, my proposal is using of gamification. Now, the gamification is the using of game thinking and game mechanics in non-game context to engage users in solving problems. I'm talking about leaderboards, I'm talking about collaboration, I'm talking about competition. All of this creates PERMA, so positive emotions, engagement, relationship, meaning, and a sense of accomplishment. So, I did some research. What do we have nowadays? What are the kind of games that are being used in education? So these are just an example. We have Kids Adventures, Fun Brain, Learning Games for Kids.com, Neo K-12. Now these are all very simple online games with very reduced competition. The students, they are just simply going into the websites. They choose a game specific to the subject that they want. They play it. Yes, they get the results. They scored this punctuation, but they don't really get to engage with their colleagues. They don't really get to compete. And they're mostly a reuse of traditional games. And there's no teacher input. So the teacher is not involved in letting the games into the classroom. But even then, it doesn't really work. In a nutshell, these games are a little bit boring. Except for one. And that one is Kahoot. Now, Kahoot is a game-based classroom response system. This classroom, it's extremely easy to use. The students don't need to register to play, neither do the teachers unless they want to create a quiz. There is direct competition in the classroom. It's online and it's available on any device with an internet connection. And it's real-time feedback for both the students and the teachers. Most importantly, it gets this kind of results. So this is a classroom playing Kahoot. And now they're waiting for the replies. Please notice that boy in the back on the left. That's the excitement that the he excited. He won. He got the answer. So I did deeper into Kahoot. I did interviews with some teachers and just some comments. Using Kahoot to prepare for a standardized test is a great tool. I love the gamification tool for the classroom. And making Kahoot up because I know the kids will love it. I also went into classrooms and I did some observation of how they reacted and responded, and it's pretty much what you saw in the video. It doesn't really matter if we're talking kids or we're talking adults. They participate and they get engaged just as much. Just a little bit how Kahoot goes through. If you're a student.it, you receive engages every time. In your device, you insert the game pin, you're in the game, you start answering, getting the questions. You choose the correct answer in your device, you click on it, whatever it may be, and then you get the feedback. You're correct, those are the answers, and you can get a pretty good idea of how many people answered correctly or wrongly. You get the scoreboard. Unfortunately, I was playing this one alone, so, or fortunately because I won. And then you get, when you go through all the questions, you find out who the winner was, and you get to rate the quiz, if you like it, if you didn't like it. So my goal is a little bit to grab the whole engagement of Kahoot and bring it outside the classroom. And how do I aim to do that? Through Custody. Now, Custody, like I said, is an online gaming platform that transforms a school project into a fun, engaging, and stimulating quest. It unifies the student research and its learning path, and it facilitates the evaluation by the teacher. It also facilitates peer learning and interaction, collaboration. Now, very simple, we have here the actors map. We have the service providers, the partnership between Custodian itself and the HOOT, which you have already seen. The users, the teachers, the students, and the parents, they will also have access to the platform. The suppliers will be making also connection with school book editors, so there will be the possibility for the students to do research in the platform itself. And then obviously, in case you're wondering why I have the teachers and the students also as suppliers, they are the ones who do the quests, so they are the ones supplying. Now, I think it's time we get down the juice of it, and by juice I mean the personas. We have Mrs. Martin. She's a world history teacher. She's 45. She's Australian. She really loves what she does. But for her, the most important thing is seeing the spark in a student's eyes when he totally understands by himself what she has been trying to teach him. When he goes like, aha, I got it. This is what you need. That for her is it's the kick. Then we have Scott. He's a high school student. He's 13. He's a normal teenager. He loves history. He loves digging through old papers and old books and encyclopedias. He loves going to museums. And he loves playing strategy games, mainly ones about old wars, understanding the choices and motivations. So I have here a double customer journey, the one from Mrs. Martin and the one from Scott. How are they interacting with the study? I'm not going by step. I was thinking more along the lines of showing it to you. It loads. Yeah, okay. So this is the prototype that I created. It's a prototype of the website. So let's say that you're a teacher, you go to custodian.com, and you register. So you're asked, what do you do? And you choose a role. I'm a teacher, I'm a student under 16, over 16, or I'm a parent. Then you type in what classes you teach. You choose a username. You set out an email for the reason. There you go. And you choose a password. So registration is you create the account, and then you start creating your own quest. So history is a subject, let's say. Topic can be World War II. The due date, let's put it that it's October 29th, and you want challenges to happen one per week. You put in the student's options, which I'll show you in the student customer journey, and you put in options. And then you create the quest. This is where it gets a little bit trickier in a sense for the teacher, because he has to create the challenges for each of the week. So basically, in this example, the quest itself, it's week to week, and questions. You probably see this, can we post?
Maybe it's the text is small, you have to zoom in small.
No.
You have to zoom in.
Too much. Okay? So this is basically what it has. So he divides the challenges, the quests for weeks with different challenges. And he can go to the next quest, he can save it, he can finish it, whatever finish it. He has the link to share with students. They can also find out who has played and what kind of feedback has been given. So the quest will be created. Let's follow the link. into the students. So the student followed the link, and this is where it is. Let's get you started. World War II, username, password, and you choose the quest. What do you want? You want to do it on Winston Churchill, Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin. What? Let's do this. He starts the quest. So he gets the question. Show us an example of a blitzkrieg attack. He chooses the presentation style in the detail. He does his work. He does his research outside of the platform, but he's engaged because he knows that once he uploads it, he's going to get feedback from his colleagues. He's going to be in competition with his colleagues. They're going to be rating his work. So he uploads it. And then he gets the ideas. He has done one quest. The votes so far are 4 in clarity, 5 in engagement. And he can get the view of what it is that his colleagues have understood. Did you understand the presentation? Was it entertaining? Do you have any questions? So here we have the feedback. His colleagues can ask him questions about the presentation and he can reply back. What did you like best and what did you like the least? He can improve on it. Throughout the entire project, he can continuously receive feedback from his colleagues and also from his teacher and improve on it. And then he can see his colleagues' work as well, and he can find his next quest, which obviously he just given it. He has a week to give, so he has to wait a week in order, or well, depending if he gave it on the last day, then he'll only have to wait 24 hours. So this is pretty much the. Oh, and afterwards, obviously, we have the feedback. They talk. There's peer feedback. There's peer networking. Not only from the teacher, but from the student. Well, the business model is included, and the school book editors. The key activities, we have the blog, the website itself, the support that will be given to key resources, server, IT, employees, the value proposition, basically organization of student projects, simplification and assessment, breakdown of the project into smaller projects, a connecting platform, and an effort. Now, keep in mind that the goal is to keep the platform free. So to the students or to the teachers, because as you all know, money is not abundant in education. We're going through and advertising. The cost structure at the moment would be from the employees and the server, the customer segments, the teacher, the student, the parents, the relationship, education, and support, the channels, we're going digital, keeping the costs very, very low, Facebook, Twitter, blog, and the website. Future development. We're talking expansion types of subjects, not just history. Talking about students creating their own quests and challenging their own colleagues. Giving the students the chance to turn a virtual experience into a real one. The own research, so not just doing a presentation, but then living. And the development of different kinds of quests. So to sum up, keep in mind also that education is used to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is about the idea of putting more interactivity during the answering phase. Just because you are and two-phase preparation, that very important things with theater learning is to be interactive. So to collaborate just with the person and just with the answer. And in my opinion, it would be interesting to ask this kind of feature, just because it would be easier or more interesting for us to participate
in the
yes,
question
in the
making.
building phase.
I
But
see.
also in the answer phase, just to the discussion. It's still for after.
I see your point, and I've thought about that, and I agree with you. So one of the ideas that I didn't explicit here, and probably could have been in the future development phase as well, is the question that the teacher can start by giving the challenge for the first week, and then during feedback, one of the things is that the student himself suggests, I would like to continue the research on this and this and this, and there is communication and collaboration between the two. I did not put it in here because I thought that for now this would be simple, but it did cross my mind.
Thank you, Anna. The topic, also I told you many times, the topic is really, really difficult. So it's one of the difficulties topic for a designer, for a teacher, for professors, because education is a really important topic that is at the base of the society. So it's really difficult to face and to solve problems related to education, but service design can help also teachers and students in creating better experiences in this environment. I have some consideration question in mind. I mean, I do see that it's okay, it's a game approach, but what I perceived that something about the fun, something about what you presented at the beginning of the presentation. What about fun? What about creating community? What about the fight against each other? So it's really functional. I mean, and really technical. So what about not?
The fun part of it would be in the classroom itself at the end of the project, when they actually show each other what they've done and present it, kind of like what we're doing here, but then they are seeing where they are going. So how they have done, what was the feedback that they received.
Okay, so in the future, if you have to share the idea with other people, with investors, yes, I think that you have to describe also this part and share with us the class experience, the journey, because I totally missed that part. So I thought, okay, where are the people?
Now, okay.
So,
I was focusing
yeah,
on the preparation outside of the classroom.
It's a way of sharing also that part. Okay.
You know, we ran the service design course in London every summer. And this year we stepped from the basic course into the intermediate level. And we changed a bit because in the basic course we actually teach and try to explain the design process and all the different steps and all the different methods and tools. In the intermediate level, we want to take perspective like the academic perspective and stuff, and that was slightly harder to teach or to pass on this knowledge. So we decided to do a quiz to start the course. So we started this question. Huh?
Did you use it?
No, we didn't. No, we did a quiz there because we had people in the room and was more about getting, and you know what were the most clever questions ever, but what the answers, I mean, they were like generic, we're trying to keep it interactive, fun, not too heavy. But the discussion that started by the 5 different groups that were inside the room answering, you're trying to answer it in different ways. There's not right or wrong. There was an interesting conversation happening in that room. And we just facilitated a good learning environment without giving the solutions or without saying what was right or wrong. But we help them to, what Socrates will say, take out the knowledge that you got already and trying to share it with other people, which we thought was a very interesting thing, and something we're going to do again in service design quiz, an interesting way of getting people perspectives on different things. Say that, I've seen many different platforms on a similar topic on education in schools, and I think you need to find your unique selling point and your Quest sort of service is different from the others, because I think what you were saying as well, having the kids maybe engaging, creating their own quests, maybe challenging the teacher sometimes, that is interesting. But how do you monitor the quality of the quest and the educational value of it? That is a big question. I mean, if you can have a participatory sort of learning program, it's based maybe on existing platforms and already doing slightly more interactive and less basic sort of quests, more engaging games, because kids, as Antonio said before, they're to a level of complexity and engagement that the service online, just because they're a service, they like to engage with a virtual avatar talking to them, and they provide voice or write something. There are different levels of engagement. I think the real challenge, once you figure out what's really special about your quest with respect to the other sort of platforms that may exist around, it's how do you get accreditation? And that, I think, is the real challenge if you want to take this forward. How do you step into the system? How do you get accepted into the systems, into schools, whatever country you try, whatever region you try, to get inside the school system and make it work, get implemented? I think that's the real challenge when you talk about challenging or changing education. That's
I agree, because education is a very closed system. Is to start from the bottom, not going through the not going through the government, but or through the schools, but going through the teachers, and getting inside first, kind of like individually, and then getting them.
True. But unfortunately, the teachers don't get assessed. I mean, they do get assessed on ministerial, on sort of government programs of what they need to pass on. So you put teachers in lots of, you know what I mean. That needs to
In a kind of
complement.
spotlight, yeah. The idea is actually to complement, because the teachers know that they have these high school projects that they need to. They have a project that they need their students to do, and they know what kind of topic it is. So the idea is that the story will be a support for them in order to do that, and it will also be flexible enough so that they can get their assessments out of it.
And if we give for granted that this button works and is usable and useful to teachers and students, who will pay for it? It doesn't need to be paid for it, or it will self-sustain itself because it's just a service open to them. Because if you start getting into education as business, you need to convince people out there that your software or whatever innovation deserves to be implemented into schools. You need to get the money up there, not at teachers' level. So that's
For
the
now,
business case.
that would probably be referred in the future. For now, the idea is that it's a simple service to help and support both the teachers and the students. Thank you.
Yes, fine. Pushing it out. You mean it out? Yeah, that's fine. Are you still here?
Can you help him?
There.
Hi everyone. When I started, when I worked with Mariet with the home housing lab, I started studying about co-housing services. At that time, I had felt a lack of communication tool for co-housing residents. That is the reason why I choose that topic. My topic is E3 games. E3 game means visual communication tools for evaluating